Yay.
Yay, we're live. Okay then. I thought it was Billy No Mates then. Yeah, so
mate, it's bloody technology, mate. You know what it's like.
Yeah, so I'm okay. No bike riding activity this week.
No, I haven't done anything either, to be honest.
No. And I can't be doing any now, can I?
Well, that's the trouble, isn't it? I woke up this morning thinking, God, look at it, bright sunshine outside. I thought, absolutely gorgeous. Be great to go for a ride. Where can I go? Oh, nowhere, because nowhere's open. No one's going to be around. So no, I didn't end up going out. I'll probably have to go out on some sort of essential journey to go and get my meds tomorrow. So I might be taking the long journey around to the pharmacy.
Absolutely.
Outside of that, it's a bit of a bummer. Again, it's hard to know what the hell is going to be happening, isn't it?
Well, the next month we ain't. It's a tree.
I apologise about that. I think we're having a few problems around this end with broadband.
All right, okay.
So it's not the computer; it's the frigging ISP.
Well, we can see you all right. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Good. I've taken these black off, so I thought, well, there's no point having them.
Oh, it's Jim.
It's Jim. All right, Jim.
Good evening, all.
Everyone well?
Oh, yeah.
Still breathing. That's good.
Yeah. Well, after climbing up and down the hill so much.
Yeah. Still here.
Oh, yeah, already.
So who we got in the comment section then?
Gonna have a
we got Kenneth. We got Meister. Oh, he's here. Good. Tracy. Tracy Brown. Kenneth. Weggy's in there. Get on here, Weggy. Scroat. They're having a chat again amongst themselves.
And what handsome scroat he is.
Yeah, so nothing much bike related going on then, is there?
Speak for yourself.
So is Nigel. Good evening, Lucy.
Well, you got good bike stuff going on, Jim. Pray tell, let us out all. No.
I don't know if I mentioned last week that I was in the process of getting a bike over here.
Yep.
A Hyson.
Yep.
GT250 V-twin Sport, and I must say, after 4 days of riding it, I'm pleasantly surprised.
Good bikes for you, son, mate. Good bikes.
Yes, I've done the research on it, and it's part built by Suzuki. It's an amalgamation of Suzuki and Hyson motorcycles.
Yeah,
right, so if Suzuki are involved. Oh, for God's sake, Jim, have you not had your tea yet?
I'm eating while I can, mate, because if the house starts fucking shaking again, I'm out of here.
Oh, well, the thing is, Hyson built Suzuki engines a lot of their V-twin engines anyway.
Yes, but
they actually do the research and development and build them for them.
I was quite surprised actually. I mean, it will rev right the way up to 10,500 revs in every gear.
Yep.
Very torquey engine for a 250.
Yeah.
Very easy to ride. Easy, very. I mean, a couple of little niggly bits. The idiot lights are not very bright, so you end up going down the road with the indicator on because you don't realise you left it on.
Yeah.
And the seat's a bit hard. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, no, for the cost of the bike as well. They're a good few grand cheaper, spanking new than the equivalent, Japanese stuff.
See, a lot of people think Hyosung is Chinese, but it's not actually.
It's Korean. Yeah.
Yeah, and
yeah. That's
but
why
no,
I've had two of them.
The build quality is very good for what it is for a cheap motorcycle.
Yeah.
And I would personally, now having ridden the 250 V twin, I would recommend it to anybody going for
Light
A2,
bike.
yeah, A2
Yeah.
light bike or something like that. Very, very good. Very cheap to run.
Yeah, cheap
Very
commuter.
cheap to run. I mean, I've done about 200 Ks on it in the first 3 days. And I went to fill it up yesterday, and that cost me 50 lira, which is under £5.
Yeah.
Not bad.
So it's very, very worthwhile looking into one. If you can get them in the UK, I don't know if you can get them over there.
Yeah, I've got two.
You can. Yeah, you can.
I've got a GV125. You can get the GV250.
But the GV125, that's got the Suzuki 125 engine, isn't it?
It's a V twin, yeah. Basically the 250. The bottom end is exactly the same. It's just got bigger pots on it.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same. Same internals apart from the pots.
But no, it's very good, very good. Very torquey engine. Lots of power for what it is. I mean, Jesus Christ, you think it'd snap itself in half, but no, that'll pull up to 10,500 revs. There's not many bikes out there that would go up to 10,500 revs without screaming the knackers off it.
Yeah.
But this is quite happy to bang all the way up to 10.5 in every gear, so highly recommended, people.
Yeah.
So what have you been up to this week? Have you been up to anything?
Carl?
No. Well, basically, went out to Baddesley Clinton yesterday with the missus. Had a walk around the gardens there, and that's about
Good
it.
old English name.
Yeah.
You've got some nice pictures around there, Carl. You put a few pictures up. I've seen places you go.
Yeah. Because I've got English Heritage and National Trust membership.
Oh, excellent.
So
You wrinkle old bastard.
Oh no.
You got the National Trust sticker on your back window, haven't you?
Well, no, it's on the front window.
I used to contract to them.
Yeah.
I used to contract at National Trust and English Heritage.
There's some great places actually you can go to. Worth the membership, in my opinion, but it depends on what floats your boat, I suppose.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've been to several places. I had a membership for the, I think it's the English Heritage for a while, and I went to several places out on my old Bandit, and it was good fun. It gave you a destination to go to. It gave you a ride. Most of them tend to be in the middle of almost in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
So you get to ride the country lanes and stuff like that. So you have a good old ride out there in the first place, then you can have a good old chill, wander around, and then potter back.
Yeah, and you can get into places like Stonehenge for free.
Yeah.
No,
yeah,
that's a good thought. I think it's 45 quid a person, Stonehenge, something like that.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it really?
Stonehenge or any heritage site, it's well worth getting the membership for a year, or the family membership for the year if you're going to take the family, because it works a hell of a lot cheaper by doing that than paying to enter the sites off your own bike.
Yeah, because we went down to Kent for a holiday with the grandchildren and stuff. And we decided we were going to have go around Stonehenge and other places and get all these castles and stuff like that. And we looked at the prices to get in and calculated
Did you go to
it
Leeds
all.
Castle?
I've been to Leeds Castle, yeah.
Yeah. It's not in Leeds.
Oh no.
my old man was a bus driver. He used to drive coaches, and he went to Leeds Castle, and he went to Leeds. They come around and
Doofus.
said, "What the hell are you doing?"
Yeah, because it belonged to the Leeds family, didn't it?
Mm.
Yeah.
I tell you, I went there once about 5 years ago, with my partner at the time, and it was absolutely fascinating place. Lovely.
Yeah.
Got some lovely pictures of it, and I just loved wandering around. There's something that fascinates me with old castles and things like that. When I went down to many years ago, I went back. I had a real long ride out on my bike. I went down to Littlehampton in West Sussex. But then I decided to take the coast road drop down and take the coast road. So you head up to Brighton and stuff. And then I went up somewhere and I found this other castle. And for the life of me, I can't remember what it was called, but it was an absolutely fascinating place. Just found it out of the blue. Just decided just to ride past Beachy Head. I think you go and stuff like that through Brighton and whatever. Ending up nearly at Margate, is it? But then I went inland and I came across this castle somewhere around there as well. And that was really nice.
That's the toilet, that is. Fucking Margate. Jesus Christ, used to deliver that. Horrible place.
Do you not like Kent, Jim? I get the feeling you don't like Kent.
Some parts are all right, but some of them absolute dogs do. I'll refrain from the language because Weggy's not on here, but some of the places are a bit of a shitter, especially when you're driving a lorry.
Yeah, but that's that anywhere, isn't it? Some places are good, some places are bad. It's isn't it? It's hunting out the nice places. That's the adventure.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I used to deliver like Isle of Sheppey and places like that, and that is a dreadful place. I wouldn't go there if someone paid me, and I used to. So there you go.
Well, we've actually got a bike question or bike rated. I don't need a new bike. I need new tyres and an MOT test. Just can't make my mind up on the new tyres. But I'm looking for suggestions.
No, he's not looking for suggestions, he said.
Well, right, but I'm not looking for suggestions.
Oh, well.
Well, fuck that.
Yeah, get on with it then, mate. That reminds me, I've got to sort my boy's bike out. We've got to get his into his MOT again. What's actually happening? Does anyone know what's actually happening with being able to do MOTs now?
You can. MOTs are open.
MOTs are open, but it's appointment only.
It's who only?
Appointment only.
Yeah.
You have to book to take for an MOT.
Well, most places you do anyway. I've never been, I don't know anywhere around here that you can actually just ride in and say, "Here's an MOT, mate."
No, I've never known that either. The only difference is you can't nip and get a plate of chips and a nice Coke or something at the local pub while you wait. Nowadays, isn't it?
Oh, you can if it's takeaway.
Yeah.
You can if it's takeaway. And then saying that, I found out this evening that we're on 10 o'clock lockdown as well. So it's happening here as well.
Cool. Was that 10 o'clock curfew, is it?
Yeah, 10 o'clock curfew.
All right. I don't think it's going to do much anyway.
No, I don't know. It's quite prevalent in the built-up areas around Turkey, but obviously, lucky for me, I'm in
you're in the sticks.
A low area, shall we say? There is no COVID in this area, so ain't I the lucky one? But I get bloody earthquakes instead.
Yeah.
Oh, Skeggy, we'll see you as and when you be able to get a chance to come in. Bless you.
Bro, kick him out.
Yeah, put him in your man cave. Put her in your man cave.
Can't we come in and have tea at a normal time?
Sure, you can come on and do a cooking program at the same time. Show us how he's doing his hash browns. Perhaps he can give us some tips.
Yeah. I went to because I've been riding bikes most of my life, and I have never been legal. I've never passed my test. 10 years break, and I'm going back into it. So I'm looking to go legal. And I went up to the local training place 2 days ago now to see Keith. Wolves Training, it's called. And unfortunately, he hasn't got a 125 big enough for me to go on. So the options are I need to buy a 125 or borrow a 125. So that's
are you intending to stay on the 125, or are you going all the way through and doing like direct access or whatever it is?
I only need it for the CBT. Literally, once I've took my CBT, I can then go straight in for my A2 because of my age.
Well, you can just go, do direct access. It wouldn't be an A2, it'd be an A.
You'll do your A2, then you'll do your A.
No, you just need to do an A license.
No, you have to do both of them now, Carl.
Okay.
When did that start?
You do your CBT, you have to do your A. You do your A2, and then you do your A1 or some shit like that. But you can do direct access. You can do direct access. Direct access covers the whole lot in 5 days or something like that.
Yeah.
Your A1 is up to 650, but I've already got that when I get my CBT because of my age. So all you'll do is stick me on a 650, send me around the car park, make sure I can handle it okay, and then take me out on the road, and then do my A2. It won't be an A1 test like young'uns have to do because I've had the experience already and of my age as well. So it'll be 650. But then again,
it's not an A2. It's not A1, A2. The full test is full one is an A, just a plain old A.
Is it?
Yeah. That's riding any bike, any size.
Full license is an A.
Yeah. Well, I've got A already.
You'll probably have A as a
provisional. There's so many different stories around this, that, oh, you go to this, you go to that, go to that. And like I talked to Keith, who's an instructor, and he says, you do your CBT, following day you're on a 650, and you're learning on that for your A2 license, which is your final license. So that's ride anything.
Yeah. Okay.
So, your A, I've already got A because I can ride 50s without L plates.
No, that's A something or other.
No, that's A. It's on my license. It's A.
Is it?
Yeah, because I can only ride trikes or 50cc without L plates.
Yeah.
That's A. Now, if I want to do my full bike license, that's A2.
Okay, can I just say, I just grabbed my license and all I've got on the back of it is A.
Yeah.
And that to me.
At the top of it, you'll have the moped one as well.
I haven't got. I've got A, B, B, E, C1, C, 1E, blah, blah, blah. But I've got A, and that to me was when I did my direct access.
Yeah.
Everybody has to, regardless of age. If you're, you have to take a CBT to prove that your compulsory basic training to allow you on the road in the first place. If you're at a delicate age like myself, and I think John is heading that way, aren't you, John? You're getting bless you.
He's a bit over 24, I think. So yeah.
I think he's slightly over 24. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think I'd be asking you for your ID if you come buy alcohol from my shop. Let's put it that way. I think then you can literally, as long as they're happy with you, whoever you go to, you can take the direct access license. And now I'll stand corrected if we can find it somewhere to show the difference. But you can take direct access, so you learn on a 500 plus.
That's on my bloody categories.
And then after that, you can actually, if you pass your test, you can have whichever capacity you would like. If I am correct.
Yeah.
So I've got AM, A, B1,
Yeah,
C,
I
C1,
think AM is
C.
a moped, isn't it? AM.
Yeah, AM is moped.
Yeah.
I've got A, which is, but I've got numbers outside of it. 79 brackets 3.
That's provisional then, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's provisional for or trikes, restricted to trikes.
Do you have
Yeah,
a full car license, John?
I've got a full car license, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so you've probably got grandfather rights on the trike because it wasn't till about
car license or bike license. You can drive it. You can ride a trike.
You can ride a trike, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
I'm just looking for my license there.
But if you're a young rider and you go for a trike, you have to take a test now. You have to take a full bike test to ride a trike.
Yeah. Wasn't it a case of you can ride a trike up to the CC of the bike test you've done?
I've got A.
I don't know on the trike side so much. Stitch would probably be a better one to ask about that.
Right, I've got AM, moped. Yep. A1, A2 has dashes through it. And A is 79 brackets 3, which is
provisional.
No, it's restricted to trikes. That's what's on their website.
That's an old school category then.
Yeah, restricted to trikes. So, but I can ride 50cc with without L plates. Once I've done a CBT, I can ride a 125 with L plates.
Okay.
So, because of my age.
When did you get your car license, John?
94.
94. So it says here, if car driving test passed before the 1st of February 2001, you do not need to take a compulsory basic training to ride a moped. If you pass your driving your driving test before the 1st of February. But you will still need to complete CBT to ride a motorbike, however. So therefore, you will have to do the CBT for starters.
Yeah.
If you're, I'm just trying to find ages. Let's have a look. Let's see if I can.
We've also got to do the theory test as well.
Theory and hazard awareness.
Yeah.
There you go. Stitch has come up with the trike bit. Yeah, she sent a link for the motorcycle licensing. Previous to my comment about doing your full bike test, apparently no you don't, but you do have to do a test for a trike, according to Skeggy.
Yeah, we've got granddad rights to it, so...
Yeah, we've got granddad rights, but as Skeggy pointed out, which I did know, you have to take a test for it.
Yeah.
So...
Hey, hold on. So can I just jump in here? If I've got a full car license, I've got a full motorbike license, I can therefore drive or ride a trike.
You can, yes.
Yes.
Because how long have you had your license?
Let's say
your car license.
Yeah. Well, I've got the original paper one. Let's say that.
You've got grandfather rights, so you don't need to take it.
I'm being kind. 70s then.
Don't you start, John.
Yeah, if it's pre 2000 and you've got your car license, you can ride a trike.
Yeah.
It's granddad rights. Because back then you didn't need a test to ride a trike. You could have a bike license or a car license, and you were able to drive a trike or bike and sidecar.
So somebody, like, for example, let's try and get some clarity here, because I'm getting a bit confused. Somebody like my son, he's got a provisional license at the moment. Say he passes his car test in the next few months, etc., etc.
Now, have to take his trike.
If he wanted to ride a trike, he would still have to take some form of test to ride a trike.
You'd have to take a CBT, and then if he got a trike, he could ride it with L plates on, but he wouldn't be able to have a passenger.
Yeah.
All right. So they'd in effect have to take a separate test to ride a trike when, even though they've got a car license.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
But if you've got your bike license, although you've got grandfather rights, I can drive. I can do a trike up to any size because I've got though is a bike license. But I've got a full license, so I can ride a trike up to any size.
What you will find,
you have to do a test to have a trike, or have to do as well as do a test to have a bike.
No, if you've got the bike license, you've got the trike as well.
For all licenses now, right? I don't know. It's last few years it came in, but when you take your car test, it's for a car only.
Okay.
A lot of these kids are taking their car test and they think they can drive a van for work. You can't.
No, you can't take.
You have to take a van test. You have to take a bike test, trike test. Anything you ride on the road, you have to take a test for.
Hey.
No, you can actually ride a trike on a bike license.
On a bike license?
Yeah. So if you got,
it's bulk bike, isn't it? A trike. So
yes,
it's basically a bike with an axle off a car stuck on it.
Yeah, so, most of the time, yeah. But you know, some of these, the huge great V8s in the back on the back of them.
But the general rule of thumb now is you take the test for one thing and one thing only.
Yeah.
Like Carl said, there is certain things you can do with a license, but
so you can
come up with something here.
You say, for example, my son, again, let's use him as an example because he's only 18. If he passed his car test, he couldn't drive a van.
No.
He then had to take a test for that. Even if, what are we talking? What sort of size of van? If we're just talking about a car
normal
van?
3.5 ton van. Normal 3.5 ton van.
Okay, yeah. So a box van. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, okay.
Because
you said van, I was just thinking normal stuff.
Even though it's it has windows in the back, it could be a minibus or whatever. They class it as a commercial vehicle, so you now have to have a license for it.
Oh, okay. You confuse me. I don't really care because I know hopefully I can ride my bike. I can drive my car, and if I ever buy a trike, I'm bloody well riding it. I'll tell you. Whatever.
Yeah.
Weggy says all vans can be driven on a car license.
Sure. I think if it's under 3 tons, you can drive it on a car license. But anything over 3 tons, normal standard transit, which is 3.5 tons, you have to have a license for it.
Yeah, and you have to get a trailer license as well if you want to pull a trailer, don't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I've got 7.5 ton granddad rights, but I used to drive a 7.4 litre V8 Winnebago, 30 foot long, which unladen weight was 7.5 tons. And I have a trailer on the back of that with 2.5 tons worth of armour in it. And I did 3,500 miles with that. I never got pulled once. Well, tell a lie. once at a border, and he says, "What are you carrying?" And I opened the door, opened the flap in the cubbyhole, and pulled out this whacking great sword like this long. They went, "Okay, see you later."
Here we go. Hopefully this might clear it up a little bit. I've just had a message. You can drive a motor tricycle of any power rating if both of the following are true. You're over 21. You have a full car driving license.
Yeah.
You need to have a full category A1 motorbike license to ride a motor tricycle up to an output of 15 kilowatts, and a full category A motorbike license to ride trikes with a power output more than 15 kilowatt. So you can have an A1 and still ride a trike if the power is not exceeding the 15 kilowatt.
15 kilowatt, yeah.
And if you happen to have a full A license, like for example I can ride whatever trike I like.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that message.
Yeah, it is confusing, very confusing. And for someone that's old school like us, when you read the government site, it's all gobbledygook.
It's half gibberish.
About different tangents all the time, and they're not clear about it.
Yeah.
And I feel sorry for the likes of again using my son. He thinks he just he gets this idea in the head and trying to explain the rules. And when you're, like you say, you're old school like we are, whereas you've got this bloody license, a bit of plastic or a bit of paper, and it allowed you to do whatever you wanted. Okay, it's not straightforward nowadays. But it's that to me is what I just read out is nice, clear, and succinct at the end of the day. If you've got a full car license and you're over 21, you can, it depends if you've got an A1 or an A.
Yeah.
Some bike you can ride. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Anyway, I went from there. I went next door to LMT's at Louth to see what bikes they got in to fit me.
Yeah.
Not a lot.
And have you seen Peggy's ride out on the Himalayan? Have you seen the video?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
You get a chance to watch it. It's a very useful video. I actually sat on one 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And with a few alterations, I could ride it.
Really?
Yes.
At your stature?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's saying
they're fairly tall.
Yeah. I'd have to adjust the foot pegs forward slightly if I could. Buying aftermarket jobs to fit to it, or get some made to fit to it. But apart from that, I would be able to ride it comfortably. So that's saying something for a 407cc new bike by Enfield. Yeah, I've sat on a few other bikes as well, including a Kawasaki 1000 Alpine, whatever it is. That were nice, very nice. But that had a similar problem with the pegs. If I could have moved those forward, it'd have been worth looking at. But on that one, I couldn't move it forward. It didn't have a frame. The frame stopped at the engine and bolted to the engine.
All right.
The engine was part of the frame, and it's the old Z1000 engine. They're a Perlin engine, brilliant. But unless I can move them pegs forward, it's no good to me. So, but on the Enfield Himalayan, I looked, and you can actually move the pegs forward or get aftermarket pegs to fit to it to move them forward, which is a bonus. So if there's any long dudes out there that wants a bike, Himalayan.
Well, everyone keeps knocking on about these Himalayans and keeps saying how good they are, but I've never ever actually sat on one, let alone ridden one. But I must admit, I'm quite intrigued to see what they're like.
They're they're a good stout bike. I mean, yeah, they're only single potters, but they're solidly made. They're really well made. I went over that one with a fine tooth comb, and I couldn't find any faults apart from the pegs. And
that's a personal issue, isn't it? I mean, it's not the bike issue. Yeah, I mean that's an awful lot, isn't
it? But yeah,
that's what you could do, John.
What
Jack said, he said fit running balls like what he did.
Yeah, could do.
Could do.
Yeah. That's an idea, actually. I just need some checker plate. I can make some.
Yeah. How big would the flip plates have to be, though? That's the thing. Do we want to know?
Yeah. Would they get
embarrass all with our size 8?
This is my flip flop.
Would they interfere with the steering?
Jesus Christ.
A water skiing on them.
Yeah, you need a lot of checker plate for that, I think.
Yeah. I'd make some out of Valley checker plate. It's not a problem. Get them welded up. That won't be a worry. Yeah, they'll be strong enough. It's easy though.
But are you tempted at one of those?
I am, yeah. I am. Especially to say that particular one it had 210 miles on the clock. And they would let it go on the road for 3,700.
Yeah.
Really?
Can't complain at that.
Brand new on the road, 4,500.
And because 210, you're going to get 3/4 knocked off.
Yeah.
Jesus. That's worth it, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Gee.
So can anyone lend me 3,700 quid?
I've got £1.60 upstairs. I'll make a contribution if anyone else wants to help.
I've got a bottle top.
10 bob and an apple.
I don't think I'm going to wash it, mate.
I thought about having 2 125s, one on each foot.
Oh, bless you. What about this new Triumph that's coming out as well? I've been hearing a lot about the Triumph. Is it Triumph Trident?
The Trident, yeah. The Trident.
They're talking about just over, flogging it up just over about 7K, which to me is a lot of money, but in wider scheme of things, it's probably not. But they're talking about this nice vehicle coming up. They reckon it's going to try, and a lot of people are raving about it and saying it's going to be real competition for the MT-07, which quite surprises me. I mean, that's got a hell of a reputation, the 07, hasn't it?
I don't know
not my sort of bike anyway, so.
No, it's not
Yamaha.
necessary. There's nothing wrong with Yamaha, Jim. They're lovely. They're lovely. A bit of rust doesn't hurt anybody.
Yeah, you keep thinking that, mate. You try doing work on one.
I pay somebody to work on mine. I don't try to work on.
Yeah,
I learned my lesson.
Yeah, but you went up market, Dobby, and went for a Suzuki.
I didn't start working on mine, I'm afraid, because it'll end up costing me 3 times the bloody price. So
I remember changing. You remember the old C90s? You remember
Yeah, Honda Crunch.
the donut in the back wheel?
Yep.
I remember having to change that bugger when I was stupid, thick, and 17, and I didn't know how to do it. And I thought, I'll have a go at doing this. Easy. Yeah, right.
Yeah, good luck. I have just sent you a message across, Dobby, for your reading at your leisure.
all right, okay. Are you covered from vans to motorhome or van? I don't want to motorhome, but I'll have a read. Yeah, excellent. I'll have a look
Should
at that.
explain all categories and shit.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll have a nose.
Even from 1,600 miles away. How's that, eh? It's like fucking magic.
Magic up tinter pipes.
Yeah, Tinternet.
You're going to be our resident Harry Potter, are you?
Yeah, won't be going very far at the moment, mate.
Oh, bless you. You don't need to. You where you want to be, aren't you, mate? In a nice
I
You've
don't
got all
know. I could have been. I could have done with being outside the other day. That shut me up a fair bit. But
your-
Well, at least
Yeah.
you weren't one of the ones buried under the rubble, mate.
no, I was quite lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of damage that I got to repair, but yeah, it's what it is. I'm afraid.
well, unfortunately,
Yeah.
certain areas of the world, if you live somewhere, you're going to have potential hassles, aren't you? Potential things
Yeah.
going-
I mean, obviously, like being out here, I've been in earthquakes before, but that was a big one, and that shit the fucking life out of me. The biggest I've been in is 6.4. That was a 7.
So you're coming back to
Um,
Clacton, is that what you're saying?
Am I fucked? No. Bev asked me the same thing
He
the
didn't
other
frighten
day
you.
after it happened. Hey?
He didn't frighten you that much then, mate, to have to come back to Clacton.
Well, she said the same thing to me the other day, and I told her to fuck off.
And no,
Ain't happening.
Huh?
no, fuck off, please. You should know that. You've got to have manners.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
I did say please at the end, but no, she said, "Do I want to come back?" Because it did shit the fucking life out of me. But no, I'm quite happy here. We're just we're on aftershock warning at the moment because they're expecting the big one to come in. Because you always, after you have an earthquake, I don't know if you guys have ever been in one. But
Yeah, there was one here in England that woke me up.
I mean a fucking proper one, not a piddly.
Well,
Fucking
we've had earth tremors.
yeah, not one of them little ones where you sit on the cars and the water splashes up on your ass. You know.
I'm sorry. I'll have to get me to stomp around a bit more often.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But no, you always, in a period of sort of 1 to 3 weeks afterwards, you always end up getting a big, massive aftershock. When we had the quake down in Bodrum 2 years ago, that was a 7.2. We went across to Kos 3 weeks later to sort visas and stuff out, and we had the aftershock while we was there, and that was 6.4.
Yeah.
Mm.
So we're waiting on that at the moment. So I mean, I get rocked to sleep every night and woken up in the morning. What more could I ask for?
Well, there you go. Rock to sleep, waking up. All you need is your nappy changed afterwards, and then you'll be well.
No, I did worry about my trolleys. They got very close to taking a fucking major hammering.
I don't want to hear that. I'll take your word on that. I'll take your word on that.
Yeah. And while I'm on here, I'd just like to thank the people that sent me messages of concern. As you can see, I'm still here and I'm happy enough. So
good.
Thank you anyway.
Well, that's all that matters. That's all that matters, mate.
Yes, I did go to Izmir on Sunday, and that looked fucking dreadful. I will say.
Yeah.
It was haunting. It was haunting. It's like everything was covered in dust. There was debris and shit everywhere, glass, fucking bits of rubble and everything. It was horrible. So yeah, it sort of brings it home to you.
That's why you got to live each day as your first and last, mate. Just take
Exactly. I mean, I don't know what sort of news you guys are getting back there, but
actually, we
pulled
only
a young girl. They
all I
pulled a young
saw
girl
was
out.
the link on the BBC, and then that was it. We haven't heard any
Yeah.
more. To be honest. They're too busy.
I mean,
the Americans.
I've had a few people. What's that? Thought about you, Jay. Thank you, Skeggy. I love you too, mate.
Oh, yeah. The ever caring Skeggy. I love you, man.
Yeah, you gotta love him, ain't you?
Yeah,
But
you got to.
Someone must do.
it is what it is, isn't it? It is what it is. You got to live by what you're surrounded by. So
That's it.
there you go.
So
It's a bit pissed that I've got a bit more work to do on the house.
well, that's all right. Keep you busy.
You busy?
Yeah, I'm going to say, give you something to do.
Yeah.
Quick trip to B&Q or something.
I got enough to fucking do, mate. I got enough to do. I got paperwork to sort out. I got a business that I'm setting up, so I don't need to be repairing fucking concrete and shit, do I? I had a pretty shit first week actually, but there you go. Had a tropical storm that blew away.
But you're where you want to be, and you're in the sunshine. I presume it's.
I'm where I want to be. I wasn't expecting a fucking tropical storm and an earthquake to hit in the same week, but there you go. So
Well, we can't have everything, can we?
That's all week.
So I'll tell you what. Looking forward. To hell with bloody COVID-19, earthquakes, and all that bloody bullshit. Just testing everybody at the moment.
Yeah.
Has anyone got any ideas or any thoughts or any plans to try and look at 2021? It'll be, my God.
Yeah.
Any ideas for possible new bikes? Are you going to keep what you've got? Are you going to do up what you've got? Or are you going to perhaps even go mad and treat yourself to something new?
Well, it depends if Enfield brings out the cruiser or not.
Yeah, and it also depends, Carl, if you actually get the other ones fixed and sold off, I suppose, doesn't it?
Well, there is that as well.
Yeah,
Well,
certainly does, Skeggy.
I'm looking for a 125 tomorrow, but he says it's not working right.
Because I must admit, looking forward, because I'm trying to get away. Yeah, me personally, I'm just getting so sick and tired of all this shit going on. Try to look forward and see, even if it doesn't pan out, try and have some sort of dreaming to plan to work to. And I must admit, the thing I'd like to do is get a second bike. I've got my reefer, and I love her to bits, absolutely love her to bits. But I would like a second bike, which sounds terribly greedy, to sit next to her. And it'd be nice to have, for me, I'd love to have a cruiser of some description, something that would be an XV 1100 or something similar, which I know is a Yamaha. But hey, I'll go for it.
Dobby, you're just jealous of Skeggy because he's got an Enfield and he's got his XV8.
Yeah, I know I'm jealous of him. He's a bloody poser and he's a lucky boy. Yeah.
I can recommend a bike for you, Dobby.
Huh?
A Hyosung. I could recommend a bike for you, a Hyosung.
Here's some
Cracking little bikes for tooling
GB650.
about.
The Hyosung.
That's made him go quiet, look. Fucking hell.
I'm just trying to picture it because I don't know what they look like.
Dobby, just buy a rocket.
Rocket 3, yeah.
There's enough bloody fireworks going off without him.
Listen, John, listen. You're like this. In comparison, I'm like this. And the rocket is like this. I ain't going to even get my leg over, let alone touch the feet once I do.
Yeah, but then I can borrow it.
We don't want to know about your personal life.
I tell you what, I saw one of the rockets years ago when I was in Norfolk with my ex-partner, last partner, and I looked at that and I thought, my God, and it was absolutely gorgeous. It sounded beautiful, and I looked at that, and he parked it up and everything, and then I looked at it and I thought, how the hell do you ride such a fucking huge lump like that? And it was.
You guide it.
Yeah, I don't know how you steer the damn thing because it must be so heavy. It must be.
It's all low down. It's all right. Seriously, I can stand up, no hands on the handlebars, and I can wiggle it between my legs.
We're talking about the rocket now.
Like dangling your dick down, you know what I mean? It's easy to hold because the centre of gravity is just right.
Yeah.
They're easy, and you can lower them down as well. So, you know.
They are beautiful bikes. They're huge, but they are beautiful looking bikes.
Yeah.
I love them to bits, and they just fascinate me.
I can't wait to get one.
2.3, is it?
Yeah, the 2.3 litre was the Rocket 3.
Yeah.
The 2.1, Tony will know Skeggy will know what that's called, but it's 2.5 litre.
2.5 Rocket 3.
Yeah. And you got the GT, or you got something else.
Mm-hmm.
The classic, I think. But because Skeggy sat on them both, I think. But he didn't like it. He was tempted. But the price tag sort of said, yeah, nah, fuck that.
No, I must admit. No, but I mean, that's my... If it will ever come to fruition, if it will ever work out, I don't know. But I am determined to have some sort of plan for me personally, and that's going to be, let's try and work towards getting myself...
Start off with a higher thing, Dobby. You got to start somewhere.
Well, the trouble is, you see, I like those XVs. There's something about them I really like. Got hooked on seeing them, and have the old leather panniers at the back. Have a little bit of a sissy bar. If you can get one that's got one of the, is it the Mustang seat where it's nice and scooped out and it sort of kicks up a little bit?
Mustang seat.
Yeah, to me,
I've got some panniers if you want them.
No, I've got some panniers already, but they're not leather ones. I need the bike first. That's very kind, John, but I need the bike first. I can't just ride around on a set of panniers.
Well, you could ride around the living room on them, couldn't you?
Well, I could do. And I don't think my kids are bat an eyelid because I think they used to be as nutty as I am already. So, oh dear. So the crux of that is: have you got any? You three got, or anybody else who's listening, got any plans for 2021 to try and pick yourself up?
My plan is to get my CBT, get through my direct access, and get a bike on the road. That's my plan for before March next year.
Yeah. And when you get your direct access and can choose what you like, have you got any?
Well, obviously, I'm going to have a. No, I don't know. Depends what's available at the time.
Something that's big enough to take you.
Yeah. And if it's not that big, it's got to be able to be adjusted foot plate wise. If I can adjust them, I can pretty much ride it. So
Am I in a fucking sinkhole, cheeky bastard?
Well, you do look like it, Jim. You're going down and down.
Skeggy says, "Might get a third bike." Yeah, he's after an Himalayan. I know what he's after.
He's probably after something, isn't he?
Yeah, he likes Himalayan.
Could do a lot worse.
Well, 650 he reckons is a great bike. I've looked at that. The only reason I've looked at the 1100s because I was just thinking of the extra power, the extra torque. I know they're not fast, as in top speed and all that. It's just I'd want something that can actually just get past people if I want to. Is the 650 just as good at that with the Dragstar? Does anyone know?
Don't know, mate.
Don't know.
At the end of the day, Dobby, you got to ask yourself one question: how fast are you illegally allowed to go?
I don't know.
How fast are you legally allowed to go?
Speed limit.
No, it's not that. My biggest issue for any bike, if I'm on a country road or wherever I am, if I come up against somebody and I want to go past, I want to know that I have enough get up and go to get past safely.
I'm riding a 250, and that's got plenty of get up and go to get past.
Yeah, then fine. Then perhaps I'll take Skeggy's advice and look at 650s as well as the 1100s. Because I do like the look of those bikes. They're a little bit old fashioned, a bit old school, and perhaps that's the sort of thing I think I like.
At the end of the day, the thing you got to look at now is they are trying to price bikes off the road. They're banging the insurance through the fucking roof. The cost of repairs and parts is going stupid. Petrol's going through the fucking roof. You're just as good getting a 650 as you are 1100 because they will hammer the fuck out of you. Because they want to get motorbikes off the road. Simple as that.
It would seem that way, wouldn't it?
Let's be honest, they've been trying to do that for years, haven't they?
Not as much as they are at the moment.
Yeah, well,
I mean, you've got to look at all these new emissions controls and everything else, all this bullshit that's going on, just so they can get a bike into the country.
Yeah, but isn't that the same with cars? And all this push to get rid of stop diesel production by 2030 or whatever it is, and etc. etc. You're always going to have naysayers that are going to always try to push people
away.
Okay,
here's one for you, right? You get a car, 1300cc car, you pay 30 quid a year tax on it.
Yeah.
You get a 1000cc motorbike, how much tax do you pay on it?
Don't know, 90 odd. But c'est la vie, that's the way it is, that's life. So you just accept that. You don't buy a 1000cc bike, you don't want to pay 90 quid tax.
But you're still putting out the same or less emissions than the car. Yeah,
but you can't change that. It's
and they say, oh, it's because of the emissions that you pay less tax. Well, if it's down to emissions, a bike puts out a lot less fucking emissions than a fucking car.
On the whole, yeah. But they haven't actually the way they do the tax the bikes and whatever. They've not changed it for bloody years, or have they? It was always done on TC.
We don't complain at that.
It has gone up just lately.
Yeah. Anyway, that's a GV650.
That's a GV.
Oh, right, okay. I was just about to ask what the picture is because I haven't got a very big screen on here, but actually that looks really nice.
They are. I've got one.
That's what you've got, is it, Carl?
Yeah, yeah. Mine's got the anniversary edition. It's got the red frame.
And what's the reliability and stuff like that for those?
The electronics can be dodgy on the earlier models. The later models, the ones you get nowadays, are okay. They've gone for a different system called the Delphi system, the EFI and the power. But the one I've got, the electrics are a bit dodgy. I've got to say that.
You can say the electrics are dodgy on it, but if you look at some of the new Triumphs, they come out with dodgy electrics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What was it?
Well,
It was,
I suppose it's like anything, isn't it? At the end of the day, you can buy brand new and it can conk out or something.
exactly.
You can buy it second-hand, isn't
The
it?
biggest problem I've got with mine is it was actually one of the earlier EFI ones,
Mhm.
and the ECU, around about the cheapest price you can get is about 750 quid.
Mhm.
And I've blown 2 so far.
Blimey.
You crazy bastard.
Vandal.
Yeah, this time round I've gone for a new ECU. I've got a new rectifier and I've got a new stator. All third-party type ones that are actually not Hoysung.
Mhm.
And it came to about 600 quid for the whole lot. And they're so much better than the older ones. The newer models are fine. They've got the Delphi system on them. Because I melted the ECU on it.
You look at the CBF 1000 that had the same problem that they had with the earlier Honda Fireblades that cooked the starter coils.
Mm.
And a starter coil for a CBF 1000 is, I think the cheapest one I found, which was a genuine one, was 180 quid just for a starter coil.
Yeah. Anyway, old man bladder. Be back in a minute.
It's even on the most reliable bikes in the world, you're going to have problems. So it is what it is, mate. At the end of the day.
My son's just put a deposit down on the car, and he said, "Do you reckon it'll be all right?" I said, "Son, you could put a deposit down on that car, or we could put it down on a brand new car that just literally rolls out the factory, and you've got what the hell is John wearing?" I just realised he's got this stupid daft hat on his head. John, what the hell?
It's my tri-car.
What is it? No, is that
Drive German, imitation German tri-cats.
all right? Okay, it's imitation. I'm going to say
Plastic.
okay. I'm going to say it can't be a genuine one, surely.
My genuine one's in the boot of the car.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
safe and sound.
It's World War II Yank with Vietnam liner. So, but I put it up for sale a while ago, but nobody wants it. So
no, that's the trouble at the moment, and everything's tight.
Where's Jim gone?
I don't know. He was there a minute ago. We've had Gordon just saying that he's had his insurance through, and it's gone up 40 quid a year. That's quite well. I suppose it depends on how much he was paying in the first place, but it's still quite a jump, isn't it? And then we got Skeggy, who decided to be really nice to me. Only pay 198 for both bikes fully comp, and Dobby's an old bastard like me, so should be similar. Well, thank you, Skeggy. I love you too. Do you see that, Carl?
Well, that's Skeggy's put.
Yeah. Apparently, he's calling me an old bastard, and I don't know why.
Really?
I know. I look barely out of my teens.
Absolutely, yeah. Just you certainly do. No, just like me, mate. Just like me.
You are aware, most definitely.
Where's Jimbo? Where's Jim gone?
He disappeared. 1 minute he was there, suddenly disappeared. I don't know if he's had problems with his internet.
I wasn't asking about you, you daft bugger. I was asking about the important people on here.
Stop you there.
Now, my children.
Bitch.
Don't go upsetting him, John, because he'll only bugger off to his garage or something again.
That's true, yeah.
Oh dear.
Who's beeping?
Huh?
It's not. Are you beeping?
No,
No,
Must be
it's
me.
someone in
Then.
your house, mate.
I can't hear any beeping.
Beep free here, mate. Beep, beep, beep, beep. No beeps here. Beep,
Oh,
beep.
hang on. The insane witterings of the vicious.
Oh dear.
I've
John.
just been informed that you don't.
No, not you, John. This other John Langton. For
All
fuck's
right.
sake, the over 60 club. Cheeky bastard.
Jesus, well, I'm only 51.
Not until next year.
I've got 10 years.
And I've still got a little way to go. Well, not a very little way to go, but there's still a little way to go.
Warder's here.
Hello, Warden. Hello, sweetheart. Hello. You all right?
I can't hear them.
No, hold on. Hang on. Try speaking now.
Hello.
Hello. Hello, darling. How are you?
I'm all right. You too?
Yeah, I'm keeping well. Are you going to make sure he behaves himself tonight, please? Oh dear. Oh, no words were needed, were they? Oh,
The Australian contingent says, "Evening, Warden." Or, good day, Warden.
yeah, my says good evening.
My
Good day,
Steve
Warden.
is Australia down south somewhere.
Yeah.
Australia is down south. It's
Down
on the
south.
right side of the bloody world.
Well, it's still
Don't be a stupid idiot. What's up nicking your beer?
I'm going to say, is that the only reason you come in, Warden, is to nick his beer? Good girl. Get a lot of Cheers. Have another sip, my lovely.
Welcome back, Jim.
Hi, Jim.
Where'd you go, Jim?
He went for a poo.
Oh, sorry.
Hello. Sorry about that.
Oh no, he's breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Jim. And he's gone again.
Gone again.
Oh,
Oh,
dear.
sorry, Warden.
He's having trouble into perhaps.
This is an antique, Carl. This is what my mother used to keep me in line with.
Oh, dear.
That's it. Yeah, that's about right. That's what should happen. This is why you're brain dead now, mate. That's the.
Cast iron.
To be fair, that's probably a very big frying pan to the rest of us.
Normal size. You only used to wait till I sat down and then hit me with it.
Kept it as a memento. Happy days. Happy days.
Oh, she
Right.
gave it to me ex.
Yeah.
Oh, John, are you saying you were picked on? Bless you.
I was a bastard husband, I was, I'll tell you. In fact, she gave me bloody diabetes.
Oh, bless.
Bitch.
I don't really want to laugh in case you're saying the truth.
I'm saying no.
What's this, Jack? I need a new license in December, but I have 11 months added.
Was that CBT or?
I'm not sure exactly what he's on about on there. Jack, can you elaborate?
Yeah.
But I need a new license in December to have 11 months added. Why have you got 11 months added? Oh, dear.
Was that for good behaviour?
I don't know. She might not be invited.
I'm dropping everything now.
Yeah, sorry about that, chaps. So I had a power cut and the internet has crashed, so I've had to switch over to me hotspot.
All right.
Well, all I can say, Jim, is I think you really do need to come back to Clacton because it sounds a lot
Fuck
easier
off.
life than what you're having at the moment.
Please.
Bless your heart. It doesn't sound like
That's
it's going very smoothly.
No fucking way. Well, I got a hole in my arse, so I'll be coming back to that shite hole.
Okay, so you don't like Clacton, you don't like Kent. Is there anywhere you do like in this country, my man?
Stansted Airport. Stansted Airport.
Yeah, Jack's come back. It's the big 70.
Yeah?
I assume he's 70 years old, and he's had an extension on his license for 11 months because of the COVID.
Oh, right, okay.
All
Makes
right.
sense. No, I've got a lot of good friends in the UK, but as a country, I can't stand the fucking place. And I'm one of quite a few people I know that have come up with the same.
Yeah, just get
Don't
out.
blame you, mate. Don't blame you.
It's not the country that I was born in.
No.
It's not the country all of us were born in, but it's what we've got, so we have to live with it, I suppose. It's only what we can make it.
Yeah.
Life, etc., is only what you make of it, not what everybody else makes it.
The problem you got, Dobby, is it's not what you're making of it, is it?
It is, because I make my life how I want to make it, and if people don't like it, it's shit. Quite frankly.
Yeah, but the people that rule the country are fucking the country up, mate. Royally.
I'm not going to get into politics and shit like that.
You're taking the white steps downstairs again.
Oh, you naughty boy! Here comes a slipper.
Carl, what have you done now? Oh dear, Carl's in trouble. I don't know what steps these are. I'm curious to know what these bloody steps are now.
If I had any wish in the world, besides the one for the winning lottery ticket, it would be we could go back in time to the 80s and know what we know now.
Yeah.
I think you could wish to go back into any point in time and wish that you know what you know now. To be fair, I must admit, but yes. And the music was pretty good in the 80s as well, so that's okay.
I think if I wanted to go back in time, I'd go back to 1941.
1941? Oh,
yeah, well, that's the last time our country had bollocks, mate.
I agree with you. All right, no.
No, not
we had bollocks in the 80s because we had the miners' strike and they had bollocks.
Yeah.
They were bloody stupid, but they had bollocks.
Bollocks, yeah.
Bollocks, yeah. And so did this country have bollocks when Falklands, if you want to get into all
that was 1982.
Yeah.
This country when it needs to does have bollocks. And they'll protect it to the hill.
It did, yes, it did. I would agree with that.
Yeah. There we go.
It took some bollocks to do what them guys did.
Yeah, it did. I tell you what, it took.
And I would stand up and salute every single fucking one of them. But these arseholes you got in charge now, mate, they're fucking it up royally. I mean, what person in their right mind would have an ex-soldier or whatever living on the fucking street while they're moaning about not getting a fucking pay rise? I mean, come on.
Okay. Yeah, but
you put TV licensing on expenses.
Yeah.
we say that, but then our wonderful forces who have issues when they come back we're still living on the streets before this government, and before the government before, and before the government before, etc.
Yeah.
Because nobody does anything, so you can't just blame.
Nobody does anything, but the government are supposed to lead by example.
Yeah, but you show me a single government that has ever fucking well done that, mate. They don't.
They don't.
1941 or 1939.
And since you're talking about our good
No.
troops stuck on the streets, homeless, and blaming it all on Boris. It's not.
No, I don't. I don't blame it on Boris.
It's whoever. You go back and you go back and you go back. Every government has a chance to sort something out, and none of them bloody well do it.
None of them bloody well did it.
One. And I think people, at the end of the day,
It's like all this COVID shit. Everyone blames Boris for the COVID shit. COVID is caused by the fucking.
They're not stupid, mate.
John Langton, go back to the 70s so he could do his test when it was up around the block and you pass. Job done.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, my mate done that and knocked the fucking examiner over when he stepped out to do his emergency stop.
Oh. Where's he gone?
I don't know.
Dobby, you having problems again?
I don't know. I think he's taking himself out. He's still sat down at the bottom.
But John Langton, I agree with you. The 70s would be a good one.
Yep.
Every year has had its own bloody problems.
It has. It has.
It has, but it's not been helped by anybody.
I think our biggest problem was joining the EEC.
Yeah, well, we was fucking railroaded into that anyway.
No, we weren't. We railroaded ourselves into it because we wanted to be there.
We were lied to a lot.
We were lied to about going in the first place.
Yeah, by our politicians. No,
Yeah.
our. It wasn't the EU did it. It was our lot.
No, it was our lot.
It was Callahan, wasn't it? 78.
74, wasn't it?
Was it?
Common Market was 74 onwards, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that was.
But we'd been asking to go in for years, and the French had stopped us.
Mm. But I think it also our trouble started.
Didn't try fucking hard enough, though, did they?
No. Our trouble started then, and we've managed to get out of it now, and I think that's the way forward.
I personally disagree, but
I could see the point in a common market. It makes things easier, but to allow it to take control of
our laws,
government issues and law and stuff, that's where it went wrong. And it was the Labour Party with fucking Tony Blair that opened it all up.
Yeah, Blair and Brown, because Maggie Thatcher was saying no, and no. And then because
Maggie Thatcher tried to get our money back.
Well, she did.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah. And that's the first time I've ever had anything decent and positive to say about Maggie Thatcher. She actually tried to get us out, but it failed.
Yeah, and she stood up.
No, she didn't want to get us out. She didn't want to get us out.
She didn't want us to get us out, but she wanted us to have more rebates than we were getting.
Yeah.
We were paying more then than we should have been, and they wouldn't give it back.
No, they wouldn't.
And that's what.
Nah.
That is very true, Meist.
Yeah, very true.
But
Yeah.
no, I know where Dobby's come from, saying that nobody's done anything. And that is very true.
Yeah.
That is very, very, very true. But the governments have not led by example. Going right back to the 40s. I mean, we had PTSD back then and nothing was done about it.
Well,
You know,
to be fair, they didn't really understand it.
Now we understand PTSD. Then didn't. So it was shell shock back then, wasn't it?
It was shell shock, yeah.
And a lot of people came back with it. My dad came back, and he wasn't the same person when he went there.
They tend not to be.
He changed while he was there, but when he come back, he had 2 brain hemorrhages when I was born in '69.
Yeah.
So he was sort of either bipolar or schizophrenic. It was 2 personalities.
Was that caused by the shell shock then? Was
it? Partially, I think.
Yeah.
I think being an amateur champion boxer was another reason.
Could well have been. That's probably more brain, caused more than brain damage.
But yeah, he was a silverback, so it was quite a black. You know, he won't think twice about knocking you over your motorbike. You know what I mean? he was that kind of guy, nice and quiet, and then bam, and he did it. Oh, some old school rockers were chatting my mother up and grabbing her ass and stuff, and he got off the bus and saw it. Bad idea.
Yeah, you don't do that.
No, so
but
that woman when she was pregnant with my brother, that was.
But no, it's all fucking wrong. It's all fucking wrong.
Yeah,
all of it. But
well, I mean, we got to learn how to cope with it. We know what it is now. Now we need to learn how to cope with it and how to help people through it.
We know how to deal with it. It's now the fact of they're saying we haven't got enough money to pay the people to do the counselling, or it's like, where does it end? Where does it end? I mean,
stop funding all these stupid fucking monuments all over the country and shit like that. Start putting the money back where it belongs in the NHS and the police forces and places like that, and get the country back to what it was before we joined the EEC. Simple.
Yeah.
Then we'll know what we're doing and we can do something about it. And until that day, we can't help people.
But as I've said, and a lot of friends of mine that have said, it's all down to one thing: greed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Greed. That's it.
It is. Without being silly, I spent, if it weren't for Skeggy, I would have been in my car for 8 weeks on his driveway. No one helped me. I were on the phone more than soft Mick were at a phone centre. I was calling and receiving phone calls from people. Oh, we're going to help you. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Not one actually did something. Not one. For 8 weeks. And then all of a sudden, a woman that works with the council called me and says, right, we're going to find you somewhere to live. And she got me this place. So all credit due to her is what she did. She was the only one in 8 weeks that actually helped. So, that's a big thing. I think there was 17 different organisations said they were going to help, and not one helped.
Yeah.
And they're all claiming money off the government. Oh, we helped this guy, we helped that guy. No, they didn't. They didn't do jack crap.
Oh yeah, but they're all private companies as well.
Yeah, probably. But because they talk to me on the phone, they're claiming money for that phone call.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And like I said, it all comes down to greed. How much money they can fucking get.
Yeah.
That's all they worry about. And that is the problem with the UK.
The biggest evil. The biggest evil in this world is money.
Yeah.
Get rid of money, Life will
have
be
it.
so much better.
Yeah, I was talking to a Turkish friend of mine, and he was saying about the UK. I said, what you don't realise is the amount of tax you pay.
Yeah.
And he's like, what do you mean? I said, well, you go to work, you pay income tax, which is 20%. I said, you also pay national insurance, which is a general tax, which is another 12% or 12.5%. So that's 32% of your wages gone before you even start. I said, then you go shopping, you pay VAT on that. You put petrol in your car, you pay fuel duty on that, which is like 87p out of a litre of petrol.
Yeah.
I said, everything you pay for, you end up paying about 60% tax by the time you're finished. And then they worry why you haven't got any money.
Yeah.
And he's like, I didn't realise it was that bad. I said, yeah, you have to pay death duties. You die, you pay tax.
Yeah.
You claim a pension, you pay tax. He said, you pay a tax on your pension. I said, yeah, you pay income tax on it.
Yep.
And he didn't realise how much tax you actually fucking pay. I said, you tax when you're born, you tax when you die. And that is what the UK is. It's all about money.
Yeah. It is.
And he just could not believe it.
Rob64 got it right. Stop the handouts to foreigners and stop the foreign aid and give it to the people in this country who need it.
Yep.
And the old saying starts there. It says, the old saying is, charity begins at home.
I would say we can afford to do both.
No, we can't.
We can.
No, we can't.
Of course we can. We can.
Well, why aren't we doing it?
Because they've let the bloody top earners away with so much tax that we haven't got the money to do it, but we've got the money in the country, the wealth's in the country to do it. No problems. The wealth is there, we're just not taxing it properly. Because it's a proven fact that anybody that earns over about £80,000 to £90,000 will actually pay less tax on the money they earn or the wealth they have and the money they get through either investments or their pension rights and other stuff like that than the bog standard average working Joe Schmo. And the long and short of it is we should be taxing them a couple of 3% more, getting the money in to actually do what we need to do. Simple.
It's like companies like Amazon. They paid £500,000 tax last year.
Yeah, and they made billions over here.
They made fucking billions.
No,
Now,
but they're in Ireland, aren't they?
hey,
They're based in Ireland, aren't they? Same as Apple.
they are now. They are now.
Yeah.
And
But
they're not paying that much tax there.
If they're not paying the tax, fuck them off.
Yeah.
Send them off. If they don't like it, if they want to ship their stuff to the UK, they pay a levy on it. Simple as that. Because they're going to pay somehow. And, I just hate it. That's one of the reasons I had to get out. I mean, my personal reasons for leaving the UK was because of foreign handouts. Believe it or not, because of my accident, I was left unable to work because my arm's pretty much fucked because of a Polish geezer. I tried for 4 years to claim something off the government, and I was told I was not entitled because when I was working, I earned too much money. That's what they told me. Guy 2 doors down from me, Portuguese chap, not a bad bloke, been in the country 2 years, lost his job so he couldn't pay his rent, so he lost his house. He ended up with money in the bank and a fucking house to live in.
Yeah, and that's it's our government, isn't it?
You know, and I was born there. I
Idiot.
paid me fucking taxes. I paid God knows how much in tax and insurance, and I wasn't entitled to a fucking bee.
Well, it's the idiots we vote in, isn't it?
Hey,
It's the idiots we vote in.
well, I didn't vote them in, so I haven't got a voice because they're all as bad as each other.
Yeah.
So
My party's not going anymore though. Monster
Hey?
Baby Loon party shut down, didn't it?
Monster Looney, yeah.
he already died,
Yeah,
didn't he?
Yeah,
Screaming
Screaming
Lord
Lord Church. Yeah, he died.
They did. But I'll tell you one thing: if they were back, I'd vote for them
Yeah.
just for the hell of it.
Yeah, just to show them that, you know,
Yeah,
there's none of the above vote.
yeah.
Yeah,
I would.
but they won't do that because someone's got to make a pound. And if you don't vote them in, they don't make money.
Yeah.
Shit, bloody stupid. But anyway, that's politics over and done with. Let's forget
That's the
about
politics
Yeah.
done for the night.
Yeah.
Shoot the
Look at this
bastard.
bullshit. We put the world to rights now.
That never fucking happened, Carl. But yeah, so
what
There
can
we
we talk
go.
about now then?
oh, we're pretty much fucked now, aren't we? Being pissed
Yeah.
off.
That Skeggy's coming on in a bit. Anyway,
Is he?
I think his kid's upstairs. So, and I think that Roxy stopped pissing all over the front room. But he should be on shortly, hopefully.
So have I missed anything exciting over there
No.
apart from a fucking lockdown?
Oh, have you heard about Vienna?
Yes, I did. That's a bit naughty, wasn't it?
It was a bit, wasn't it? Oh, because a school teacher up his gob.
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh, because it was about a school teacher, wasn't it?
I don't know, mate.
Yeah.
I thought it was about outside a fucking synagogue or something.
Was it?
Something. Yeah.
Yeah, was it the French? Was it one France a school teacher and Vienna
right.
the synagogue?
School teacher.
Yeah,
Yeah. And Vienna
Yeah,
was a
France-
terrorist attack
yeah,
on Jewish, wasn't it? So,
yeah.
Yeah.
But the school teacher died because he opened his gob and spoke his mind.
Well,
Yeah.
he actually showed the class one of the caricature pictures from that magazine,
Oh, that French magazine. Yeah,
that French magazine, and some lunatic that had been in the country 5 minutes decided to chop his head off or something, wasn't it?
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
here we go.
There we go.
Whoa!
Finally. And when I came to sign on, everything was signed out. The computer has done an update and literally wiped every single password and everything out. So I've got to go through and like enter passwords to get onto Facebook to find the link. And
Oh my god.
That's why I like Apple. So,
you and your Apple, you shit wanker, fucking bollock chops.
Yeah. Bugger Windows, go Linux,
Oh,
mate.
brotherly love.
I've got no beer.
Oh, dear.
You might win it
Have
tonight, bro.
Have you had a shave? Oh, sorry, beard.
You might have had a trim.
How you doing then, Skeggs? You all right?
I'm all right, bro. You?
Yeah, still breathing, buddy.
You're good?
Getting rocked to sleep every night and woken up in the morning. Can't be all bad.
I was going to say, it was a bit of a close one, wasn't it?
Yeah, about 20 kilometres close, yeah.
A bit more than you want, really.
Yeah. It was, Done a fair.
Mice had put there. That's politics done now. Let's discuss religion. I'll see myself out.
I'll get you go.
Shoot the
He
back.
also said,
Religion.
hello.
They're all fucking paedophiles anyway, aren't they?
Well,
Oh, I'll get banned for that bastard, won't
they have all the Ash Browns, mice bastards.
the bastards.
They did smell nice. That's really nice.
Oh, so everything okay then, Skeggy? Done with the fireworks and all that shit?
Oh, fuck it. I'll tell you what. I've never had a dog that's dealt with or not dealt with fireworks and shit. All our dogs have always liked them. They stand outside and look up at the sky and not bother them in the slightest. And this one, 2 years of just, well, 2 bonfire nights so far, of just absolute panic and shit. What do I do? Where do I run to? I mean, I've never known a dog's heart beat so fast. I sat there in my chair, all of a sudden she comes running across the room, dives on me and just sort of literally shaking like a leaf. So I'm like, come on down a minute. She gets down onto the floor and pisses everywhere. I'm like, oh, come on. So, room carpet's got to be shampooed now. So,
What? Apparently our dog is now on CBD or so. He's buzzing his fucking tits off. So he's taking no notice of the fucking fireworks whatsoever.
well, we did a 2 calmers and did absolutely nothing. So we did 2 more, and she ended up about comatose in a basket. But it took her about 2 or 3 hours to actually sort of work properly. By which time, then they got home from work and cracked the cooker up in the kitchen and everything. I'm like, oh, fuck's sake. Really? You know, I'm like, it's Thursday night. How many times are you not telling don't use the kitchen after 9 on a Thursday night? But to be fair, it didn't knock off work till 8:45, so, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. I suppose
you gotta make allowances.
you'd soon moan if they didn't have a job. Well, we did moan when they didn't have a job, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Inconsiderate buggers, aren't we?
I know. Could have had a fucking piece. They have one every other night.
Yeah. Yeah. So yes, the shaker was very close, shall we say?
Well, yeah, especially straight after the little breeze that you had, let's say.
Yes. Well, did you see the damage that it caused over in Greece?
A little breeze and a bit of drizzle.
Yeah.
Well, we got the arse end of that fucker, and it rained for 2 days solid.
Yeah.
It rained for 2 days
We
solid.
got quite a bit, didn't we?
Yeah, we got a fair old whack of. Luckily, I mean, our winds was anywhere around the country, anywhere between like about 45 mile an hour and 75 mile an hour. So not a touch on what you got, but it were enough to do some damage.
Yeah. It's just my fucking luck, though, isn't it? I come down and I get 2 days of sunshine, and then it pisses down the fucking rain, and that blows away, and we get a bloody earthquake. So I'm waiting to see what this week's got in store before the end of it.
What do they say? Life is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
Yeah, so Rob thinking it's fireworks are getting louder than they used to be. Well, yeah, they are, but there aren't. I remember fireworks when I was a kid, and they're as loud as they are now.
Oh,
But in the late 70s, they started getting a bit namby-pamby with it.
Yeah, but they used to do them for indoors and shit, didn't they?
Yeah.
So I remember.
You remember them bloody things? Sit on the baking tray and light them, and they fizzle up, and that's it.
Yeah.
Do you remember? I mean, going right back, you used to get jumping jacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
And I mean, bangers used to be bangers, didn't they? You know, you could blow bottles up with the bloody things.
Yeah, we used to use fucking rookies, proper ones.
Yeah.
Okay, now.
Did you tie them to their tails? To the rookies?
No, we used to be the right little shits on the estate. We used to go around putting them in people's preen rose bushes and stuff. I chucked fucking rookie in there and destroy the bloody thing. Petals everywhere.
Yeah, excellent.
Yeah, we had one twat one day. We sat there watching television one mischievous night. All of a sudden, there was such a fucking bang. Was charging to the window, and somebody had sellotaped a banger to the window and lit it. You know, it smashed all the glass, but pricked the living daylights out of me. The daft thing is, I'd literally just come back from my TA card, so I'm there, literally sat down in full uniform, and I'd been in about 10 minutes, and sort of was charging out down the road after him in army uniform. Caught up with him, gave him a bit of a slap. Comes back, sits back down, and carried on what I was doing before I went away at weekend. And my missus at the time, she sat there and she leant back in a chair like that. She went, "Well, if them boys could see you now, they'd be really shit scared of you, wouldn't they?" I'm like, what? You know, she went, "Look at you." She says, "There you are, sit hard as ninepence, sit there, like all in your army uniform, just come back from your TA card." She says, "And you come back in house and sit down and carry on crocheting."
I'll get my knitting done and then get sewing done. I'll get my frock done.
I was trying to teach the missus how to crochet. Yeah, I know it sounds daft. I was teaching her how to crochet.
Why not?
My mum had 3 boys. She had to teach some of us how to knit, crochet, and sew.
Don't be having trouble here.
I'm going to say he switched the sound on and his camera off. Come on,
Yeah.
Hey!
Get with it. No, I can't hear you, mate.
No, you are. I can't, honestly.
It's the cat's fault.
Got no voice, Dobby.
No noise, you've got no sound.
He's doing Norman Collier, isn't he?
Yeah.
No.
He's giving us a silent. He's giving us a silent treatment. Yeah, we're talking politics, and he's giving us. Oh no, hold on.
Yeah, he switched it off because you said the word politics.
Yeah, he made a mistake. He meant bollocks.
Oh, fucking hell, I'm going to bed soon, chaps, because it's like.
I'm going to say this. I've joined you all talked out. I've enjoyed
No, it's actually 1:45 in the fucking morning.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, that's why you get Vivian and Johnny Foreign, they get the time wrong.
Was it you over in your settings, Dobby?
What?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yay! Yay!
Hello, is there anybody there?
Yeah,
Is there a
hello.
delay?
Yeah, hello. So
Right.
now all of a sudden the headphones bloody work. The camera is working. Good evening.
10 minutes.
Skeggy.
What do you expect? How are you going on, sir?
I'm doing well, man. How are you?
I'm not bad, sir. Not bad at all. Yeah, the 1100 XV 1100.
Yeah.
Very nice bike. XV 650, brilliant bike. It all depends on what you prefer: chain drive, shaft drive, or 1300 on a belt drive. But
Okay, so
any one of the XVS or XV Rangers are all good bikes. I wouldn't personally go for the older ones like the Virago style because they're quite short. They're quite a short bike. They're low down anyway, but they're also a stubby little bike.
yeah, well, I had the Virago 535. What I'd like to go for is one of the Dragstar type styles.
Yeah, you can't.
And I'm sort of tossing between the 650 and the 1100. You say chain drive and shaft drive. Is the 650 chain or shaft?
Shaft.
shaft. And is the 1100 chain then?
As far as I'm aware, yeah.
Okay. But the 650 still has the torque and the power to be able to do whatever you need to do.
Yeah, more than enough torque. Yeah. I tell you what it boils down to is like, even when I said earlier that as long as you're not carrying a pillion, you know, that's all semantics because it depends on how you ride and how quick you want to overtake something. Bear in mind that you're on a 650 cruiser. I had the Kawasaki VN800, which is also a brilliant bike if you wanted to go for.
Yeah, I like those as well.
Yeah, and it, you know, that pulled like a train. Went good on top end, about sort of 105, 110.
Don't care about that, right?
But actually pulling through the gears, it pulled like a train. Now, the only reason I got rid of that initially was because the missus says we had a tour around Lake District, and basically she about killed her arse. And she said the worst thing she could have ever said, because she said you either change the bike or you change the seat, whichever, because I'm not coming on it until you've done either. So
you have to get a new bike.
Did you really give me an excuse to buy a new bike? You know what I mean? It didn't take me long to go down to shop and buy a new bike, you know.
Yeah.
I got the 1300. I think it's whatever pace you're used to accelerating past vehicles. You know, I mean, like most bikers, I don't hang about when I want to get past someone to get past it. Same pet 8 in a car. There's nothing annoys me more than when somebody goes tootling past it with just enough time for them to get by and no fucker else.
Yeah. And the thing is that, I mean, as you know, I've been used to a 600 Bandit, which I know is a girl's loud bike, but it still had enough power to get past as I like. I've now got Reefer, and she's got more than enough power to go past things. I don't expect that sort of performance from a cruiser. I get that. But I just want something that could give me enough power to have the confidence to be able to black past the car. And if you think something like the Dragster 650 is going to give that to me, then that's what I'll look at.
That's right, yeah. I mean,
either that or the VN800s, because I do like those VN800s.
Yeah, the VN8. The VNs are a brilliant range, I must admit. They really are. The weird thing is, the VN900, the later model, is a belt drive. It's a belt drive, and I do believe, even though it's a 900 compared to an 800, it's 1 brake horsepower less or something.
All right, okay.
Which is a strange one, probably down to some Euro things. But
only problem you have with the VN, the Vulcans, is the gear selector seal goes.
Yes. Yeah, but that's
on the bigger ones, they are an absolute shit.
On the 1500s, yeah. Is it?
Yeah. You have to slide the engine out 2 inches just so you can get the fucking gear shaft seal out.
Yeah.
But on a VN800, you wouldn't have that issue.
I had mine for 6 years, never had a problem.
Yeah. It's only the bigger ones that tend to have that problem.
Yeah. I must admit, I rode it hard.
So by your recommendation, Skeggy, I think I'd be just as happy. Mind you, the 650s seem to go for the same money as 1100s anyway.
Yeah, it's down.
Not much difference, which I can't understand.
No, it's all down to the 650 falls into the A1 license category.
Okay.
So therefore, that makes it more desirable, and all them sort of bikes hanging onto it. But the other thing is on the other side of things, you've got some people prefer a shaft drive, and some people prefer a belt drive, and some people prefer a chain drive, and it's all down to them sort of things. I personally didn't like the bigger VN anywhere near as much as I like the 800. I think the 800 were better styled and everything. Woman Wolf Rider used to have the VN 800 version of the Drifter, which was made to look like the one that was made to look like the Indian. You know, with
Who is Cat tonight, by the way?
No idea, mate. Yeah, with the covered in wheels sort of thing, and again, that's another style that's not everybody's cup of tea because it's that 1920s, 30s style, isn't it? You know.
Doesn't float my boat either.
Strange thing is, I used to love them, and I just don't anymore. But it's one of them things, isn't it? You know, you go through stages like that. It's like you say your Bandit. You know, it always pulled hard enough for you, and the one you've got now, you know, is more than enough overtaking power, something like that. I'd love to say, here, have a go on mine, because it'll rip your arms out your sockets. but it's not brilliant top end. You'll only get 140 top end, but all the way through the torque range, it'll rip your arms out of the sockets. It's just
it goes.
I think that's my biggest issue, and I don't know if anybody else has been like this that maybe looks at cruisers, because I suppose I've got the naive attitude or perception that cruisers are cruisers and they just chill out and they just dawdle along. But they do have the power to do what you need to do. I think what I need to do is actually get off my backside and go and try one.
Yeah, test ride.
And just have a go. Yeah. Test ride, like you said, Skeggy, earlier on. Test ride. Go out and try one of them.
That's right. I mean, the thing is, it's like, I've been riding with cruiser riders who've gone, oh, you shouldn't ride a cruiser like that. And I'm like, it's my fucking bike.
Bollocks.
If anyone saw me on my bike, they'd probably tell me no, they do not ride a bike like that. But that's how I ride it. So what?
All I can tell you, if anybody told you this way,
everybody's different. Everybody rides different. They all have their own style.
And I've always said, if ever you want on a ride out with anybody, ride your ride. Don't try and keep up with other people. Ride your ride. And on the other side of things, if they're going slow and you want to go fast, you go fast. It's your ride.
Very much so.
If you're doing an organised group ride, which is common sense, stay in your place and don't be a dick.
Yeah, just plod along.
You know, but the thing is, it's like, if you don't think cruisers are, I wouldn't say fast, there's a difference between fast and quick. Check out any of my riding videos. You've got 3 different cruisers to choose from, and you'll see that I don't hang about on any of them.
Well, I have watched a few of yours at Be Honest Skeggs, and I must admit I have been impressed. Just when you suddenly come to somebody, you just boom, boom, boom, and that's it, bang. Yeah. And that's why I think I need to experience that myself, probably like other people. I think that's always the key with anybody that wants to look for any sort of bike, and they want a certain thing out of it. The only way to know is actually get off your butt and go and actually sit on one and ride it and see what it's like.
You might get somebody on a sports bike, suddenly get on a cruiser, and they might ride it like a pussy.
Yeah.
And they might do that because they've got all these misconceptions that it won't go around corners, it's only good in straight lines, and they're not going to rip very fast. The difference is, you see, most cruisers, I think mine tops out at about 5,000 RPM. Shut up, I'm talking. Mine tops out at about 5. I don't know. There's no oh, there is a revometer on it, or whatever you want to call it, tachometer. But I'm not used to having one, so I don't look at it. But I know, you know, I mean, mine, I've been doing 60 miles an hour, it's ticking over about 2,250 RPM. Whereas, so it's literally not far off tick over, is it? You know.
No.
But that's what a cruiser's meant to do. It's meant to tour in a low gear and just plod along, you know. So even if you're at sort of higher speeds, motorway speeds or whatever, you're still down in your rev range, you know. And the difference is the torque's pulling you forward as opposed to the horsepower.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, mine's inaccurate really to work upon because it's being a 1900, it's a bigger brake horsepower anyway. It's
a car engine, yeah.
Well, yeah. 1.9, but it's 120 brake horsepower, but compare that to a sports bike, it's nothing.
Mm.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, but to be also sad, I mean, it sounds rather pathetic and sad, but the one thing I would like out of a bike is to have a nice cruiser so I can just have that sound. There is nothing I love more than this sort of, it is, John. It's that boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. You set the lights and it almost sounds like it's going to cut out almost. And I know it sounds a stupid thing to say, but it's sort of, and then you accelerate way and you get that. Oh, I love that.
I've actually been told in the past, I'll be fucked if I'm riding behind you again. So, A, I've gone deaf, and B, it feels like I've had somebody thumping me in my chest, because apparently...
I actually said that to Kenny Middleditch one day.
Yeah.
He's on here, look. Yeah, I said that to Kenny. We had a ride out, and I followed him, and I was fucking deaf. By the time we got to the other end, I was fucking deaf. I had to fucking move.
Yeah, but that to me, I mean, again, I'm sorry to dominate, but that to me is the essence of a cruiser. It's not just about enjoying it, but it's the sound, it's the feel, it's that buzz it gives you. It's that relaxed kickback. Yeah, well, tough. They're behind me. I don't care. Don't like it, go past me.
Me and Keggy had a conversation about just this subject, about sports bikes and cruising. Sports bikes are tuned for performance. Cruisers are tuned for
cruising,
for torque.
Yeah.
It's all about the torque.
Skeggy's bike, you can actually tow his caravan with it. That's how torquey it is.
Yeah.
And you're looking at 1.5 tons, something like that, it would tow it.
Yeah, it's a
whereas a sports bike would die. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite happily.
It's like putting say a 750 version of your bike up against the NC 750X. Same size engine.
Yeah.
But if you've ever ridden the NC, it is such a torquey engine for what it is.
Yeah.
So low down torque. And that fucking thing, I'll tell you what, we there was 3 of us riding. We done the Milton Keynes roundabout run.
Fucking hell,
that was my mate on his Bandit. I was on the NC 750X.
Did you bump into any concrete cows?
No. And we had this other geezer. He was on the Yamaha 1300. Now, you'd think the 1300 would be quicker because it's big and bolshy and all that bollocks. And you would have thought that the Bandit would be quicker, the NC. I actually beat them both on the NC.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Because then I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? About I think that's a misconception with
it's all about the
people. Yeah, people without the knowledge, like I am. You think the bigger the CC, the faster it's going to go, but it's not always the case. It really is not the case, and I'm learning so much stuff about that. But I've been on these sites, these things, listening.
Yeah, well, the long short of it is, what you want is look at the brake horsepower and look at the torque in foot-pounds, and then if they're fairly similar, within about 10 or 15. The number 10 or 15, if they're fairly similar, you're going to get torque along the whole range.
That's right.
I mean, what I would say, Dobby, if you get the chance, even if you don't get to try a cruiser, pop down to Lings and take an NC out for a trial, just to ride it. Okay, then you'll get the idea of what the torque is about, because that's all low down. That only revs to about 7,000 revs.
Yeah, they're only low, aren't they?
Yeah,
Really?
very low. But I tell you what, the
This is
fucking
why I
torque
said
on it.
about Milton Keynes, you see, because it's literally roundabout, short stretch, roundabout, short stretch, you know. So you literally, you bang, bang, bang, and you accelerate so quick on the torque. You've got to bear in mind.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a simple rule, very simple rule. Your power or your brake horsepower is about how fast the bike will go. Your torque is how quickly you'll get there.
Ah, okay.
I mean,
The more
you
torque you got, the quicker you get up your gears.
Yeah,
what you'll
and see,
find
that's the naivety of someone like me that doesn't know what the hell they're talking about or understand it all. It always comes to BHP, and you look at that and you think, my God, if it's got 115 compared to 100 or even 95, 115 must be better, but it's not necessarily the case, is it?
No,
Because like as you say, no.
And it depends on the gearing as well. You've got to bear in mind, it depends on, like a lot of cruisers have only got 5 gears.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah, so they got longer gears,
That's
longer gearing.
Yeah, but if you take the NC out, you will notice, because I did, compared to the Gixxer 750, the GSXF 650, or whatever, the gear changes are so quick.
Mm.
You're like bang, bang, bang, straight through the fucking gears. It's that quick compared
Really?
to what you're riding now, compared to like I say, the NC, because I primarily use.
That's going up to 7,000 RPM. Your bike's
like that.
That's it. Your bike's probably going all the way up to 12,000 RPM before it changes. Doing twice as much.
Your bike's taking that long to get up there before you change gear, whereas the NC's going to there and it's changing, and the gear changes are so quick. It's like that, one after the other.
Okay.
And you will notice that with the torque engine. That's what you'll notice. Hell of a difference.
Yeah, Kenny's just put Google the specs of yours and look up the top speed.
Well, my top speed for mine is supposed to be 165.
Do you think it's anywhere near that? You tend to lie.
Well, let's put it this way. I had a little go on an
airfield.
A private road, and got to 127, 128, which was the fastest I've been on a motorbike. And I thought, no, that's enough. I'm sorry.
Well, I fully understand, because I'm going to
it's not long ago since I came off at 35 miles an hour and wrecked myself. So
I've got a mate who's exactly the same. He loves the torque up to about 90, but he won't go over 90 as far as he's concerned. That's quite far enough, sort of thing. Whereas I like the torque and the speed. I actually bought a cruiser to slow me down a little bit. Don't work.
No. See, that's the I think that's the problem when people are looking at bikes or buying bikes or even trying to sell bikes. They're always pounding you with how fast they can go, but it's not about that, isn't it? It's about the excitement. Like you say, it's not how fast you can go, it's how quick you can go fast.
There's another thing
That is the best bit that I really love about bikes, is how quick you can get to a certain speed. Not necessarily, I don't care if I can't go up more than 100 miles an hour, because there's nowhere on the road that I can legally do that. So does it matter?
But it is something to bear in mind. When you're on a sports style bike, you lean in forward. When you start going up, you lean in even more. When you're on a cruiser, you sat bollock upright. You're catching all that wind, and it's all trying to tear you away from your handlebars. So 120 with an open face helmet, you know, look a bit like Jeremy Clarkson did in that.
The Atom. But
Yeah.
it's also like looking at different bikes for the same sort of usage, like torque engines. You've got the Africa Twin, which is 1000cc.
Yeah.
And Skeggy, you know what I say next? The Royal Enfield.
Yeah.
All right.
The Bullet.
No.
Which is what? It's 500, isn't it?
The Himalayan.
Okay. Yeah.
411cc. Okay.
Mm.
The Alpine Twin will only do about 10 mile an hour more. Yeah, it's 1000cc.
600. Well, I say 600 cc. 800. 583 cc more, is it?
So the Himalayan is 411, and
411.
the Africa Twin is 1000cc.
1,000. Yeah.
And there's 10 mile an hour difference.
Yeah.
So basically, when you're looking at bikes and everything, you might as well kiss your backside to the size of the CC of the engine. It's basically going to be the torque all the time.
Kiss everything, bike, and just take it for a test ride, and it's how it makes you feel. I've always said one thing about bikes: if you get on your bike and you go for a ride and it doesn't make you smile, you've got the wrong bike.
Yeah, and I must admit, I didn't ride Reefer before I actually agreed to buy her. But I just sat on her and I fell in love with her anyway, even though she was stationary, which is a bit daft. I was dealing with somebody that is known to our crew.
I've done the same thing.
And I must admit, the next day when I went and picked her up, very tentatively, I went out the farmyard because it was all gravel on the floor, turned the first two corners, and once I actually went, I couldn't have been happier. It was just absolutely gorgeous. Just fell in love with her there and then.
Smile on your face and tickle in your testicles.
It was. And I was so excited I had to stop about 3 miles down the road because I just couldn't believe what the hell I had going, and I couldn't believe just how good it made me feel. So I then stopped.
Is that what masturbating's called? Okay.
No comment, Carl. But because this is still buggered, I use this wrist.
Get your V5 sorted out, Dobby?
Huh?
Did you get your V5 sorted out?
Yeah, that's all sorted out, mate.
Oh, happy days.
That came in. I've got the V5 a while back. Got the very next day I went down to a bike shop to get a number plate because I wanted to have my silly little number plate put onto it, and went out that day. That was lovely.
The tree's taking his dickhead off.
Oh no! Oh.
Yeah, go.
Is he in it?
Yeah. Put it on your head. Put it on your head and do it. Yeah, put it on your head and do it.
Now do it, yeah.
It works.
No, harder.
I'll tell you what, Pete, that takes balls because that hurts with a proper crash helmet.
So there's no feeling.
I buried it first one and thought, fuck that hurt, but I'm on television, I've got to make it look good. Now, what do they say? Yorkshire born, Yorkshire bred, strong in arm, but thick in head.
Thick in head,
Now he's gone to faint.
Fucking passed out now.
What the hell? What with me?
You're quite right, Dobby. I mean, every now and again, you'll come across a bike, you'll sit on it, and without a test ride, you'll be like, oh, fucking hell, this is... I need this in my life.
He's going to pretend that damage was done fucking hard.
Yeah. To be fair,
the sword was a bit huge. It was massive.
You've got to bear in mind that particular helmet is probably a lot safer on your bike. That medieval reenactment thing is probably a lot more
protective
than any of these Chinese helmets that come across the people bike.
It'll stop a sword dip at 450 foot per second.
Yeah. Hey, Pete, hopefully hopefully this weekend you won't get complaints from you upstairs or your neighbours about how loud you were.
Oh no, John, have you been having complaints? You're not loud, are you?
Just one.
Just the one, yeah.
PlayStation with Skeggy at the time.
Yeah, to be fair, no, he's not loud, she's a screamer.
No, you totally lost me there.
PlayStation's a screamer.
Yeah, you totally lost me.
Here's a bit of history for you.
I don't know what you're on about.
Oh. Hello.
Fucking good band, they were.
Yeah, they were actually.
Not too bad.
John, what's that?
1980s pit track from Maltby Pit.
Ah.
What's a bit of track, is it?
Bit of railway track.
Oh, wow. How'd you get that?
I carved it. I made it.
Yeah, but how did you get the bit of track in the first place? You nick it?
Because he's a Yorkshireman and he's a thieving bastard.
I didn't want to say that. I was trying to be diplomatic.
Where I used to live in Maltby, and where I lived backed out onto the woods at the side of the pit. So when they shut the pit down,
yeah, that shit was left lying about everywhere.
There was also
they were daft enough to leave scrap metal everywhere.
And us being thieving bastards, we just went and nicked some.
That's it. Off to Australia with you.
And with me.
Let
me away.
These days,
go. You can move in with mice. Sorry, mice, but you got a new crew member.
I do like Mike's last comment that I've just put up.
Often Abel lights a cigarette.
Over my head, mate. that needs explaining to me.
Yeah, I've lost that one.
Yeah.
Yes,
I think
she did scream a bit.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it refers to the screaming bit.
We know you have it in the rear, old John.
I mean, after you finish your other, I would say after you finish your other thing, might mean a different thing if you're bisexual. I don't know.
Bicycle sexual.
Yes.
That'd be cracking.
The bicycle. Somebody said something the other day. Somebody said something to me, and I never thought about it before. He says, "Actually, you know, you're wrong by saying it's a motorcycle because it's an engine cycle. In reality, a motor is electric, and therefore you ride an engine cycle. A motorcycle is an electric bike." And I'm like, "Oh,
oh my god!" Yeah. Most is as long as I can. The age gets set back 20 years as well.
Yeah.
Fine with me.
Yeah, and me, mate. I'll come and all. Got room in your suitcase. Emma wants to stay here because she don't like drop bears.
Or Richmond spiders. Yeah.
Right, it's the main of the
I'm
spiders.
quite happy here, thank you.
I'd sooner be in Australia than Turkey.
I'd go Australia tomorrow.
Yeah.
So would I.
I can speak Australian, I can't speak Turkish.
Yeah.
Good day, sport. What's your favourite colour, Blue?
Saloon.
Castlemaine.
What do
All you
you
need to know is Castlemaine and Foster's.
That's it. What do you like on your bread, Marge? How do you like Walton, Matilda?
It's the
G'day,
sherry.
Sheila.
Tie me kangaroo down, sport. Tie me
no.
kangaroo down, fucking wallaby.
Anybody but you should sing that, Carl.
Hey?
Anybody but you should sing that.
You're gonna have a shrimp on the barbie.
Yeah.
What gets me is how your thing on YouTube is a ginger nut and you're not ginger.
Well, it was orange.
Black guy never knows shorts on.
What?
Huh?
Who's got no strides on?
You obviously don't remember the Paul Hogan fucking advert for Foster's
God,
when
yeah,
he went to the
I've
opera.
got strides.
Yeah, I was not thinking quite
Seriously,
so
black
far.
guy never knows shorts on.
Yeah, it's going back a while, isn't it? Bloody hell. That was actually before the old proper thing, wasn't it?
No, I don't think so, Mike.
What's he putting out? Rocky down, make you sound like a local.
Which one?
We've got to get him.
He
Mike
says
has to come and join us.
Yeah, he says a beer, but what it means a tinny.
Tinny.
Yeah.
It means a tinny.
Yeah.
No, it's because I used to watch Aussie Gold Hunters all the fucking time.
Bollocks. Prisoner cell block 8.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
Best fucking
Yeah,
time. Slam the door and the whole fucking wall moves.
Yeah, he had a thing for vinegar tits.
Yeah.
I never watched it, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm. No, nor did I. I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
Towels up your left shoulder.
Yeah, Lizzie with a face like a corduroy cap.
Oh, fucking hell, I tell you what, she fell out the ugly tree and at every single branch on the way down.
She had more lines than Paddington Station. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I'm sure she was a lovely person.
She was a very, very lovely actress, but...
Yeah, she was a lovely person. That's why she was in fucking prison.
Yeah. I don't know. No, there was. I'll tell you what, the best looking one in there, it turned out to be a fucking lesbian.
They always do.
Fucking waste.
Yeah. on TV, it's the ones that aren't on TV that are all the fat and big titted tucked in the
I've been exiled from Lesbania for a long time.
I've never been there. I've got to go there one day.
I've been a member all my life.
I've been to a fucking lesbian bar once. Even the pool table had no balls.
Oh God, damn, that's sad. That's sad.
What's this, Turkish humour?
You are up there in the corner there, Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm busy playing with my candles.
What the fuck's that?
4 candles?
I say, what?
Candles.
4 candles.
Oh, it's a
I like
candle.
I like my candles.
I wondered what the hell you were drinking for a minute.
Cell block 8, yours version of
that's
Eminem.
I just read that. Nothing wrong with lesbians against them. I eat what they eat.
I'm sorry.
can't understand about lesbians is if lesbians don't like men, why do they have a strapodictomy? Yeah, you know, they have these straight. I mean, they don't just do the old Scissor Sisters thing, do they? You know what I mean?
Well, all right. No, perhaps in our 6 viewers that we've actually got that was watching this shit. Is there a lesbian that can come on and explain this, please?
Yeah,
Why did they make them look like a fucking money box?
Yeah, I mean, it'd be like 2 blokes. I know they do this.
3 candles.
I know they do sort of say what it is, but it'd be like 2 blokes trying to have a sword fight, wouldn't it? And get blood out. Some weirdos out there sword fighting, I tell you. That's all you're on.
I don't know why they call it gay. I'd be fucking miserable.
Oh, dear. Oh, God.
Anyway, any more bike talk?
Yeah, does anyone like a bike?
Yeah, I
Excluding Carl, does anybody like a bike?
It's a quick question for you, right?
Go on then.
Preference: 1 cylinder, 2, 3, or 4?
6 and 7, 8.
Well, that's
I have no idea. I have no idea.
1 or 2 preferably, but 3 maximum.
2.
You see, I don't know. Yeah, well, I suppose with me personally, nowadays I like my V twins. I like my V4s. I like V6s. I like V8s. Obviously, only V twins bike wise.
V4s.
But
the Magna was a V4.
Yeah, cars are V6. But when it comes down to it, I like a thumper. Do like a thumper, single cylinder. But yeah, big hammer, Pete.
Yeah.
Big one.
But Skeggy, you can have a twin that is a thumper.
Huh? Oh,
you
yeah.
can have a twin that is a thumper.
Okay, this is where I'm going to jump in because I'm very naive with all this sort of thing. I've owned a Virago 535, which was a twin cylinder.
Yeah,
and then the next 2 that I've had has been a Bandy and my Reefer, which are inline 4s.
That's right.
I know it's going to sound stupid, but from somebody that's naive like me, what's the bloody difference? What does it do?
There's a big difference. A thumper, single cylinder. I think the largest single cylinder ever made was it a 950?
Something like that, yeah.
It was a 950. That must have been one hell of a bang, I tell you, when that was.
Yeah. Because it goes.
It was actually 1000cc.
1000cc was the biggest single.
Okay, so
you know, that's a hell of a single stroke, big explosion and force the pucker down again with a big hammer sort of thing, you know.
Yeah.
As opposed to a 4-cylinder, you know, 4 smaller hammers sort of, you know. Hence the reason smaller pots, bigger rev range. Generally, you know.
Okay.
It's like how can I put this? You'll sit on my Enfield or Carl's. read his name, you'll know it. Fuck's sake. If you sit on any sort of Enfield or single cylinder, because there's only one rotation as it comes round, it's like goes all the way around and then back up again, and you get that bump. But you get a certain vibration through the handlebars and everything. With a V twin, you tend to get the same thing unless they've got a certain type of balance shaft, which takes a lot of the vibrations out. And a lot of the V twins have got later model V twins aren't hard mounted. They've got rubber bushings on the engines to take the vibrations away. Because otherwise you'd sit there literally holding the handlebars like this, like an old 1948 Harley. Actually, I say 1948, 1980 or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, they didn't put the rubber mounting on the engines, so they put them on the handlebars.
That's right. Yeah, they did actually. I mean, that's true. And then, of course, you've got your 3-cylinder ones, which you tend to be Triumphs. There aren't many other 3-cylinder motorcycles other than your Triumphs.
Yeah.
There are some out there. Don't get me wrong.
Suzuki.
Out there. Yeah, Jimmy.
Suzuki made them. They were quite successful. Kawasaki had a go, but they were pretty shite.
They suffered with crankcase leak or something, didn't they?
The KH250, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We used to pop the centre piston.
Yeah. But you see, this is half the problem. I mean, a lot of people will argue that there's nothing better than a liquid cooled inline 4. Because your engine's running cooler, you've got 4 cylinders doing the work, you can go right up to God knows how many thousand RPM, and it gives you better performance right throughout the range. But it all depends on what your fancy is, But
I suppose the actual cycle of any piston, if you've got 1, 2, 3, or 4, is that you're going to have something that drives it to go up. You have the explosion with the spark plug because the fuel comes in and it goes bang down.
Yeah.
And then it obviously then comes back up. So then when it then goes back down, that's where they suck out the exhaust.
This is it. Normally, see, one drives one down, it drives the other one back up. And if there's 4, then they're all unevenly matched, so that there's always like 1, 3, 4, 2, or whatever going up and down. So when it comes to Triumph fucked it up by introducing the parallel twin many years ago.
Yep. Parallel twins, and then they started fucking around with the firing.
This is it.
Yeah.
Right?
To make it.
The majority of the early Triumphs were 270-degree firing.
Yep.
Okay. And then they came out with the Thruxton.
Yeah.
And that was 360 firing to give it a meaner sound.
Give it a meaner sound and a bit more of a meaner sort of. Didn't it come higher up in the compression range before it shot back around again?
It did, but it didn't make a lot. I think there's about 5 brake horsepower difference or something stupid like that.
Yeah, I know the words a lot.
But it was mainly
sound.
They mainly done it for the sound.
Yeah. And a parallel twin sounds absolutely beautiful. Well, actually, depending on what exhaust pipe you've got on. If you buy a modern one, check the exhaust pipes for an aftermarket exhaust pipe, and then it sounds nice. Unfortunately, they now put the balance tube in and everything like that, and it takes a bit of the sound away, I find.
Yeah, I mean, Kenny Middleditch will tell you about loud exhaust for the Triumph because he's an expert in that field.
Can't blame you. I'll tell you what, I don't know why, I've got an anchor in for a 1960s, 1970s style Triumph chopper. Yeah. Big forks, hangers, I don't know why. Yes, please.
Are you going along the lines of the old 70s Triumph America?
Probably, I don't know. I mean,
that's
what you want down is a Bonneville 750 original in
that would be the America.
Yeah, that would be. About the one
with Springer front end.
Yeah, you're on about the one I showed you.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was a Bonnie.
A Bonneville America, by the sounds of it, because that was for the only one that they came out with that sort of styling.
Yeah, and it had a Springer front end on it, and I tell you what, it was absolutely beautiful. The only thing I didn't like about it was it had a a white, almost like metal flake, silver metal flake seat, like a white vinyl seat with silver metal flake in it. Like really high gloss. And as soon as I saw the seat, I went, "That's got to go." It's like,
That's fucking wrong.
That'd have to go,
isn't it?
yeah, black only, please.
But, no, that definitely sounds like the Bonneville America.
If Kenny's still watching, I'm pretty sure he'd be highly recommending that the old ape hangers and Springer front end on a Triumph would be a good combination.
Well, they
in a minute.
Actually they did actually do that for the American market, didn't they?
Yeah. They actually put
they put the softer springs on and all that bollocks.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And what did the Americans do? First thing they did, well, we took the front brake off it.
Yeah. Fucking did.
I don't get that. I hardly use my back brake. The front brake's what I use most.
Yeah, but they didn't have roundabouts and all that shit back then, did they? It was just straight roads and fucking corners.
Yeah, I suppose that's what it boils down to. I must admit, I mean, there's something about, I think any biker, whether no matter what you ride, you look at certain parts of American biking sort of background and sort of what they was into and what makes you fall in love with a bike. And it's along them same lines. There's not that many that are sports bikes only and are not interested in the slightest in any other way. They'd probably never own one. They'd probably never want to own one, and they'd probably, But when it come round to it, they look at it and go, "Oh, that's nice. I wouldn't have one, but it's nice." You know what I mean? There's plenty of people out there.
There is only one American bike that I've ever seen that I turned around and said, "I'd have one of them." And that's the Y2K.
That's a nice bike. It's a nice bike.
And that's the only bike I've ever looked at. Maybe it's because I'm not into the chop scene or the cruiser scene or whatever, but American bikes just really never fucking done it for me.
What do you reckon to Keanu Reeves' bikes that he's producing? Have you seen any of that? Keanu Reeves, have you seen any of his bikes he's producing?
Yeah, but I mean, it's an aftermarket Harley engine, isn't it?
SNS.
Yeah, SNS engine tends to be. So it's a Harley style, but it's way different to a Harley engine in reality. I mean, don't get me wrong; it's got the same angle, same firing angle, and everything like that. But when it comes down to it, the engine itself is so much better tuned, balanced, and everything than a Harley engine.
But so basically, you're saying it's got a Victory engine in it.
I say so. Well put. Bitch.
It's a fact, isn't it? You look at a Victory engine up against a Harley engine. I know which one I'd fucking go for.
Well, apart from the fact that Victories have been suffering with rusty heads, but yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you go down the road on a Harley and you got half a ton of fucking chrome fall off it.
I'd say a few of the Indians have been suffering with rusty heads as well, haven't they?
Yeah, but the Yanks don't chrome them like we do they? They only put like 1 or 2 layers on.
They don't. They don't nickel plate them and
they don't nickel plate before they chrome. No, they don't.
They do what they call hard chroming, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's why it rots.
It's mainly because of our weather conditions over here that we have to nickel plate them first, really.
You get a better finish as well. It lasts a lot longer.
To be quite honest, I love just the nickel plate.
Yes. Personally, I prefer the nickel plate to the chrome.
Yeah, a mate of mine had a 1998 Harley, and he had stainless steel exhaust pipes built for it, and then he had them plated. And he just had them nickel plated only, and they look absolutely bloody gorgeous. They're just white and gold,
You do get a beautiful finish with a nickel plating, really.
But apparently, it's only thin, and you've got to be really.
You got to be careful with it. You got to be careful with it. It's not as hard as chrome, but you do get a beautiful fucking finish with it.
Oh, unbelievable! It's not that expensive. You know, re-nickel plated actually.
But
You know, compared to the chrome plate and nickel plate.
but I've just never been into American bikes.
Do you like a short Springer style front end, or anything similar to that, like a girder front end or anything like that?
I like the old girder front ends and
See, I love
Springer
a
front
girder
ends.
front end. If I had a bobber, I'd have to have a girder front end on it.
But like the Yanks take it and they sort of stick it out 6 foot, and you know, I like it how they. I mean, I'm going back like fucking 1930s and all that sort of thing.
Yeah,
That sort of styling.
It's a better style. The difference is then your damping was done with bits of leather between two.
Yeah, exactly. And then you had like these little rose dials that you dialed in, so it tightened it up. And
the best way to get your damping was to soften the leather and make it so that it was preferably wet, not hard.
Yep.
Wet but not hard, and that created the right torque on the wing nut to create the right damping.
Yep.
Absolutely beautiful.
But
like I say, if I could have like a girder front end and a plunger back end, oh, awesome.
Ooh. But see, then Norton came along. Norton came along and changed the world.
Well, they did, yeah. I mean, that leads me on to my next question, because they bought on all the different frames, obviously. So
they invented the modern bike frame with the feather bed.
The feather bed frame, so much thinner and lighter and better. But what? I love that. I love that the feather bed frame. What do you think to the Harris frames?
The Harris frames were good, but they weren't as controllable as the featherbed.
No, but the featherbed's not available anymore, and it makes me wonder why. Whereas the Harris is now the Harris frame is now what you get on the
featherbeds are found in every motorcycle that you see on the road today.
Well,
it's just a different variation.
Yeah, an adaptation of it, I would say. Yeah. But the old Harris frame is now on every Royal Enfield Interceptor and Continental GT. The Harris frame, Harris Racing, they created that.
Having a bit of a shimmy here, chaps. Sorry about that.
All right, mate.
Can I ask a question, Skeggs?
Yeah.
You're talking about frames. Now, to me, that is just the cage that holds the engine. You put your seat on, blah blah blah. What are the differences between what is a feather bed?
Right. Well, what it comes down to is a feather bed. Obviously, is a lighter frame.
Right.
But a frame isn't just a frame. It's got to be structurally sound and flexible, but only flexible to a certain degree.
Okay.
Because if it flexes too much, then the ride is horrible.
Mm-hmm.
The feather bed actually came about. It was in a 1940. What was it? 1948, I think. The TT.
47 or 48, yeah.
47, 48. The TT. That's the first time they used it. And I think it was a Norton 501 or something like that, or the 201A, something like that. And it was the first time they used it at the TT. Now, the guy that was riding it, I can't remember his name, but he actually got off at the end of it, and he said it was like riding a featherbed, and that's where the name came from.
That's right.
Okay.
Because it was so smooth.
So Skeggs, try in a simplistic layman's terms, when you've got this frame for a bike, I know what the frame does to a certain degree, but when you're talking about tweaking it for this feather bed or whatever,
it's all about the flexibility and how much twist the frame gets during cornering,
Right.
etc. And you want something that, how can I do this with my hands? You want something that will twist so much, but you wouldn't notice it. You know what I mean? But it will take up the torque and the general sort of twistiness of the leg, etc.
So when you, for example, you're turning right, you want the front half of the frame to, in effect, to follow route.
Well, no, I mean
you want the back to.
Yeah, that's more down to the rake and the trail.
Okay.
When it comes down to the rake of a frame is what the headstock is set at. So if the head, like most sports bikes, it's quite upright. So it'll turn into corners really quickly, whereas on most choppers, etc., it's quite extended out like that. So therefore, it's got a different lean angle on the headstock. Whereas on the back end of the bike, on the trail, it all depends on the length of the trail between the swing arm and the wheel, I do believe, the actual axle. And obviously, the longer the trail, the more stable it is. But in a corner, won't turn as tightly, depending on what headstock you've got set up.
I thought the trail was actually to do with the front wheel. It's actually the wheelbase.
I'm not 100% sure. That's why
the trail is actually the angle between the actual front fork and the straight down. So the difference in the trail between the front fork and the perpendicular is the actual bit that actually determines how stable it is in a straight line. The closer it is,
the less stable it is.
The less stable it is in a straight line, but it'll go into corners quicker.
It works the other way, whereas they say that about 38 degrees, 32 to 38 is really, really stable in a straight line. Whereas 28 will give you so much quicker cornering. Not better cornering, but quicker cornering, if you know what I mean. Which means you can dip it into a corner. You literally, it'll just dip into a corner and flow. As easy as pie. I tell you what, it's quite a subject to get into, really, and I'd probably have to study up on it myself because it's a long while since I've done anything like that. I mean, God Almighty, I think last time I altered a rake on about 1986. Last time I altered the rake on a frame. But yeah, I mean, there's so much to get into because it all depends on what frame you've got. I mean, your question itself was about the actual frame. So the actual frame itself, it depends how much twist it's got in it. A lot of the old frames, even though they were tubular, they were set up in such a way that they used to twist quite a lot. And now they get away with that a lot by making the engine part of the frame.
The frame used to do what they call torsion flex.
That's it.
Like it contort and then it pop back into shape.
So if you can imagine you're going around the corner and you just turn right and then you're going left, your front end could be turning left, but your frame could still be twisting right at the back end, sort of thing. You know what I mean? It's a weird thing.
You need a combination of that, your frame able to actually take the tension and not bend too much.
You'd probably need a brain a lot better than mine to describe it.
But then Norton came along with a feather bed, which alleviated the torque twist in the frame, which made it more rigid. And all the control was down to the use of the controls, like the handlebars, leaning with the seat, and the suspension, basically. Instead of
there's another thing for you, Pete, that might blow your mind. At one time a day, you didn't have, like most Harleys, most Harleys have got a second, they've got their own oil tank separate from the right? You knew that. But you know, at one time of day they had the oil in the frame of the
In the frame.
in the actual frame itself.
All
Norton
right.
and Triumph did it, and Velocet.
Triumph. Yeah, Velocet did
Velocet.
it. And it was called a wet frame.
Yeah.
And the wet,
Okay.
yeah.
The oil went around the frame and cooled.
And
So
that's how they
basically,
used to call it.
So they're basically channeling the oil that you need for the engine
through
the frame
around the
to
frame.
drop into the end. Yeah. Oh wow.
Yeah, to cool it down. It's how they cooled the oil.
Yeah.
Before you had oil coolers, that they channeled it through the frame. And that was called a wet frame.
In fact, I dare say the first person to invent an oil cooler, the people must have sat back and gone, "You bastard." You need to say it was that simple all along. Just get a radiator, oil it.
You used to have a brass. You used to have a brass cap on the top of the frame behind the headstock. You used to have to take it out and dip it to make sure you had the oil in it. And the stick would go about that far down into the frame. There was a tube that went down the front of the engine.
I've just noticed Kenny's comment, by the way, there, Skeggy.
Yeah.
Sugar Bear front forks, chopper, yeah. Yeah, all the way.
But no, featherbed frames now, if you look at all the bikes in the world, apart from like your Harley choppers and, you know, a few odds and sods like the Harrises on the Enfields.
Yeah.
Well, basically because Enfield actually owns Harris, so they make them anyway. But 99% of the bikes in the world that are built with rear suspension and swing arm and everything, that is a featherbed frame.
That's right. But it's like most of the Chinese copies that you see about, all the 125s and 250s and 400s are the Chinese copies. They're all using a copy of the Harris frame, which is like, it's like you could say it's like a standard frame setup. You know, these days for them it is literally like part number so and so off the shelf. It's just that style. But it's no different to like a sports bike, you know, having which personally, I'm not a sports bike person anymore. I used to love sports bikes when to me sports bikes were sports bikes. Now, I don't think, and don't hate me for this, guys, I don't think sports bikes are beautiful anymore.
No, they're not.
They used to be beautiful, and you could always tell what a sports bike was by looking at it. Nowadays, they're jelly molds, and I couldn't tell you, apart from probably the colour that gives it away.
If you took the stickers off, you wouldn't know what they were.
That's exactly what I'm like most of the time. Now, if I look at I would say 1980s, late 80s, that's where they started to change.
Oh, you're talking like the CB900 bowl door and shit like that?
Yeah, you know, everything had its own thing. I think it's when they introduced these big aluminium top frames, you know, around your engine. You've got this really big boxy square sort of, and the worst one for it in my mind is the Ducati, because they like to show their frames.
Yes.
I don't know. I'll say Ducati did the trellis.
Yeah, well, I think the trellis frame is the worst looking frame about. But that's my personal opinion. And like I say, don't take me for it, because we're all entitled to our opinions.
The what frame? Sorry?
The trellis frame on any Ducati, the frames, they're not a pretty frame. I admire the welding quality on them and the structure, but the actual looks of the frame, to me, not nice looking.
No. But then that is a featherbed frame with a different interpretation on it.
Totally. But
see, the thing, I suppose the thing is with my reefer, if I look at my reefer, she's got what appears to be a good solid backbone that sort of comes from the headstock, goes through, down and around.
Right.
Now that's, I say solid, it's probably not, it's probably totally hollow. The actual,
no, it is solid on that.
Just playing a bit thick, Dobby. What bike have you got? You call it a reefer, but what bike is it?
It's an RF 900R
Okay, right. What
Is that-
year?
99.
Oh, so you're in the good years then. So it's not a bad looking bike then.
No, I like her.
Yeah, I mean, nothing against the newer bikes. It's just that what I'm saying is about the newer bikes. Is I personally, without going over and looking at it, unless it was green for a Kawasaki or whatever, I couldn't tell you what the hell that bike was.
No, I couldn't.
That's nothing against the bike. It's because my interest has moved elsewhere, and I'm no longer interested in sports bike like I was. You know, I mean, my idea of a good sports bike used to be quite a small CC, you know, sort of 750. I mean, I stopped following sports bikes when Ron Aslan retired. No, I mean, what year did he retire, Jim? Ron Aslan.
Ron Haslam, that was a VFR 750. That was late 80s.
Yeah. I was going to say about 89, but I went 89, 90, but I weren't quite sure.
Late 80s. All right, Ron Haslam with the RH on the helmet and the white leathers. Yeah.
Yeah. You
VFR
see, before that, I mean, he used to ride Norton before that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know.
And he used to ride the same colours.
Yeah. But it's one of them things I sort of got out of sport bike riding since. Like a lot of people go on about Joey Dunlop and things like that. Never followed it. Really know, you know. People go on about number 46, the Doctor. And as far as I'm concerned, just because I'm not interested. You know, it's like modern sports bike riders. There are some modern sports bike riders that I've sort of thought, you know, I like you, and I followed them a little bit. And if I could remember, if I had a memory, I'd be able to tell you the names. But I mean, Shaky Byrne, so on. But
Jamie Whitten was a good one.
He was. I totally agree.
Yeah, and Cole Fogarty.
Cole Fogarty is the one I was actually thinking of. But the strange thing about it is, it's one of them things in it. It's like typically British. You follow them no matter what. You know what I mean? Whereas I can't personally understand somebody who wants to follow the queer number 46 to the dog. I don't get it. It's like unless you're from Italy or whatever, wherever he's from, then
Italy,
you know, why do you follow him? It's like, I don't know, I don't get it. I mean, again, that's down to each individual person. It's because I'm very patriotic.
That's why I always follow Carl Crutchlow when it comes to a MotoGP. Yeah.
You see, I mean, I think about that time I started to go on to trials bike riding. So I started following, you know, different riders in that, the British riders in that. And when it comes down to it, I suppose over the years I've just got out of the old racing side of things. But I mean, as bad as it is for a biker, these days the only racing I actually follow is Formula 1. And I like that because of the technology.
Yes.
You know, that's the main thing for me, the technology.
But, I love it for the technology, and it's just also good when it drags on and it's a bad race, it helps you sleep.
I know so many people that absolutely hate F1 because it's rubbish, there's no overtaking and all this, and it's same first leading every race and all this. And it's like, well, hold on a minute. That's been no different over the years because before this, it was like Red Bull, and before that, Ferrari, and before that, McLaren, and so on. It's just like change. Nothing at all.
There's always going to be a dominant force in F1.
I would imagine
the technology is absolutely fascinating. How they can get a car. I know you could look at it and think, well, these cars are doing 180, 190 down the straight, and then you watch MotoGP and they're on two wheels and they're doing 220. But it's
90 round corners in some cases.
yeah, it's still irrelevant. The fact that they can build these machines to do what they are doing, regardless of the fact that yes, okay, at the moment, the last 7 years we've had total dominance by Mercedes, but they are being able to build these machines that can go at absolutely phenomenal speeds and be controlled. They can go around these corners, they can go down these straights. It's absolutely fantastic to me.
Anyway, Dobby, I think we've spoken enough. I think we should leave it down to Carl and John now to get some conversation so that we don't pop call.
Actually, at this point, can I say you've spoken enough and I just and nod?
As far as I'm concerned, since I came online, I've done nothing but fucking talk.
I don't care.
Oh no, it's similar names, isn't it? Weggy, Skeggy, similar names.
Maybe you need an IE or a Y on the end of Carl.
Carly.
Going back to the V twins and the straight threes and this, that, over, Honda brought out the V4 Magna. Remember that?
Yeah.
And they were a 4-piston engine that worked. Each piston was different stroke to the next.
Yeah, I never liked it.
They've got a really torquey engine.
Oh God, yeah, hell of an engine. No different to the VMAX. The VMAX is torquey as hell, but I don't like it.
Yeah, well, the thing with V's is they do tend to give a bit more torque.
Yeah. Sorry, I forgot this is your two's conversation. We're out of it, aren't we?
I was just about to say what's wrong with the VMAX, but I know I've got to shut up.
Well, unfortunately, guys, I'm yawning my head off, so I'm going.
Oh, no.
You got no Call of Duty, Pete?
No, mate.
Oh.
Not tonight. I'm up early in the morning.
I'm going to go on Call of Duty.
So am I. I've got to be up at 6 tomorrow.
I need some beauty sleep.
Sorry.
Hey, Skeggs, question for you before everyone buggers off. If you could have an old school superbike, what would you have?
Superbike? Now, it depends on what you're classing as a superbike, because in my mind, superbikes didn't come out until mid-80s.
Oh, well.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Probably no. For me, it's probably going to be the wrong choice, but I'd say the Norton.
Not a bad choice. The rotary.
I absolutely love the sound of that Norton Commando. Absolutely loved it. I mean...
No?
No.
No.
I wouldn't have one. Not now, anyway. Years ago, maybe.
But like going back when you was younger, and they come out with all these big old super bikes, like with all the fairings and all that. If you could have one, what would you have?
I wouldn't. I never liked fairings.
Silver Dream Racer.
No, I never really liked the bikes with the fairings and stuff like that. Me, I've always been naked. I've always been naked, mate.
Let's not go there, Carl.
I can believe that you've always been naked. Sorry.
What about you, Pete?
Huh? Me, R1 or Z1.
Okay. Dobby?
I wouldn't go for 80s, 90s bike. I've always loved anything that... One bike that I've really looked at every time I see it was what is reputed as the first super bike, and that's the old Vincent.
Well, yeah.
Every time I've seen very, very few of them, but when I've seen one, I look at that and I think, my God.
You're on about the Black Shadow?
Yeah.
Vincent Black Shadow.
Yeah, the HRD engine, yeah.
Right, Well, I mean, you are talking different level. They held the land speed record for so many years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There is something about that bike, and I think I don't know if it's because of what it can do, or its ability, or the fact that it can achieve what it achieved so far back in time. I think it's the fact.
The engine was designed in 1935, wasn't it? It was designed 1935.
I don't know.
And
I don't know.
it held the speed record until the 70s. No,
yeah. Well, when you see an old Vincent Black Shadow, there's something about it. The engineering. I mean, I'm talking from somebody that has absolutely no clue what they're looking at. I've not got the intelligence or the knowledge that you people have. But I see this machine in front of me, and I look at that, and I look at it, and I think it's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dobby. You should never pull yourself down on the intelligence side of things. You haven't got the knowledge. Maybe you're not in control of the knowledge, but you have got the intelligence. Don't you know?
Okay, I haven't got the knowledge.
Don't play yourself.
See now, if you
there's
look
something
at
about that, Vincent.
My comment. I mean, Jesus Christ, a Laverda Jota. I mean, what the fuck? You know, really?
Yeah, I tell you
I don't even know what that is.
I must admit, I do like the old sound. The sound of the old Italian bikes.
Yeah,
but I never liked the look of them.
That was the biggest pile of shit they ever put on the fucking road.
So if you like the sound of the Italian bikes,
the old Italians,
did you not like the sound of the old Wankel engines?
They had a certain je ne sais quoi.
No, I think you find out he's a Wankel, so it's German. the old Wankel.
Oh, here he goes. Go on, Skeg.
The old Wankel engine had the sound of a Wankel engine at full.
It's a screamer.
Yeah.
Scream. It screamed at you.
Yeah. Absolutely unbelievable. And in my mind, would just push the Laverda into Jota into such a, but you wouldn't hear it. I don't know. See, my trouble is there's a guy in town who's got a Laverda Jota 1000, and he takes it to every fucking bike show there is, and he sits there and he never says a fucking word to any other biker out there, and he really pisses me off. So as a result, I don't like his fucking bike. You know? Does that make me biased? I don't know.
No, but my personal choice for a game-changing superbike has got to be the GSXR 1100. Got to be.
I don't know why. I thought you was going to say Kawasaki, but I totally agree.
Oh, please, no. No.
Anything that's got GSXR on it, I love it.
Oh, I tell you, mate, when Suzuki bought that out, people just looked at it and went, "Fucking hell!"
Yeah.
It was such a beautiful bike, and it looked a fucking tits, mate.
But if you work out when that was introduced, what every other bike looked like.
Yeah.
It was. I mean,
it was a total game changer.
Style-wise, it was a total game changer. I must admit. Okay. I mean, I nostalgically hung on to the Norton, because of the colour choice of black and gold and and so on, and it's, I don't know. I mean, it's one of them things. The Gixxer, it's just one of them things, isn't it? When it first came out, that very first time you saw it, and I remember, strangely enough, I do actually remember it first ever race.
Yeah.
And I just remember seeing it and thinking, wow.
Yeah.
From a technology standpoint, absolutely.
If I remember, the first race, weren't the two of them racing, but only one finished?
Yes.
But it was one of them things where it finished with such a commanding performance that
it just pissed over everything. It pissed over everything.
And the other one got took out. I can't remember exactly. But
Yeah, but
Yeah.
what a bike.
But having said all that, give me a CB50 any day. CB754,
Oh yeah, but that's,
CB754 naked any day.
I've always liked the CB900 Boldor. Always wanted one. Just
Yeah, I've never had
something
one.
about it. Just something about it. But the Gixxer, just to see it.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah. I mean,
it's
I
the
must
first,
admit,
it's the first time, and then you get the Yamaha come out with the FZR.
I was just about to say, but
shit.
what happened? The following year, everybody produced a similar bike, didn't they?
Yeah, but they still couldn't keep with it. They still couldn't touch the Gixxer.
Okay.
Absolute
That
game
was
changer.
4-race engine, wasn't it?
Sports bike
Sorry?
wise, what's your favourite colour scheme?
The Gixxer was
Oh.
a 4-race engine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got
Favourite
Yeah,
built
it
colour
was.
scheme?
Yes,
Favourite colour scheme, it has to be black and gold.
bearing race.
Yeah.
See, mine
Classic.
was black and gold, but I must admit, I know and this is really strange. They did a Cadbury's one.
Looked like an Easter egg. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they did a Cadbury's one. Was it? I don't know. Was it Cadbury's Whisper or something like that?
Yeah. Cadbury's creamy
Yeah.
egg. Yeah.
I remember that.
I really like the colour scheme.
Well, Yamaha did an RD with a full race fair in the 7-Up colours, didn't they?
Yes.
They done it as a 7-Up can.
And on the other side of things, I quite like the Rizzler. You know, the Rizzler paint job.
My boy actually owns a Rizzler Suzuki.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What, the original?
Sorry?
An early one?
It's a 2005, I do
so
believe.
An early one then. Yeah.
Yeah, 2005.
Nice.
Rizzler Suzuki. It's actually signed by Shaky Byrne and Neil Mackenzie.
Wow. Yeah, that's got to be worth a fair old bit, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have thought so.
The dark thing with colours,
Colour makes
I love black and gold together. Absolutely love it. We go back to F1. There was nothing that you could beat
JPS.
livery wise was the JPS.
Yeah,
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah,
and I love that on a bike as well. That combination. The other combination I like, especially on a GSXR, strangely, is the yellow and black version. If you've got the S-Rad, X-Rad 600. Yeah, that was the X-Rad 600.
Yeah,
but you get the yellow and black, and that, I don't know why, that just does it for me.
I love that. Sponsorship on that.
Hmm?
Can you remember the sponsorship?
No, it was just their colour that they produced on their bikes.
Astara.
Astara.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. See, I mean that's another thing, isn't it? Where, see, to me, Yamaha colours were yellow and black. Growing up, you had a yellow tank, black coming down it with a separated stripe.
Yeah, that's Kenny Roberts' colours, wasn't it?
That's Kenny Roberts' colours, and to me, that's how a Yamaha racer was.
See, you had Castrol Honda, which was Aaron Slight.
Fucking hell, I forgot about it.
Oh, fuck me.
The dark thing is, you say about the yellow and black.
was always red.
You say about the yellow and black skeggy.
Yeah.
To me, that's always one of these. Is it the FJR 1300s? Correct me if I'm wrong. XJR. Thank you. That to me, when you see that with a yellow tank and you get the black squares going across with the white background, that just looks so nice.
Sexy.
It just fits the whole bike.
Yeah, that is the Kenny Roberts colours for that bike.
It just looks so nice.
I was Yamaha for many years, and then for some reason I sort of flipped over to Kawasaki, then Honda. Then I sort of went back to Yamaha. funny thing is, it's always been Japanese or Norton, British. I've never ever liked sort of German or Italian or anything like that. As far as, in fact, I can't think of a German bike that I like. Italian, probably the closest Italian bike I like is the fuck, what's it called?
I do like the MV F3 and F4 because they sound fucking gorgeous. They really do sound the tits.
I like the MV V. You know the newer ones. They do the new the new MV Augusta V Racer or whatever. I forgot. Fucking, my brain's melted. Alcohol, I think. Trying to think what it's called. But the V7 Racer. That's they're just nice looking bikes. They MV do produce some nice looking bikes. I'm not overly keen on the what is it, the Tuono?
I don't know.
The Tuono.
Yeah.
The Aprilia. The Aprilia Tuono.
Yeah, Aprilia. I'm not overly keen on that.
The Tuono was just basically a fucking naked V4 RR, wasn't it?
Don't they struggle with electrical problems a lot?
I'm going to pause there because I'm going, guys. I'll see you later.
Okay, mate.
All right, Pete,
Cheers, mate.
Okay, see you later, sunshine.
Take care.
Nice seeing you, mate. Take care.
And then there were four. This is where it starts.
I always like the Suzuki Pepsi colours.
Yeah. And strangely enough, for the first time ever, I saw a Coca-Cola. What was it? R1 Uptown. Now they never
Really?
they never did one. The guy did it himself because apparently he's fucking addicted to Coca-Cola and loves it. He decided to have his own Coca-Cola coloured thing with a Coca-Cola down the side.
Coca-Cola or Pepsi?
No, yeah, this is it. I mean, personally, I don't like either. But yeah,
Not straight, anyway.
you got to drink it all straight, mate. No mixers. Yeah, but when it comes down to it, I must admit, it's a good-looking bike. You know, strangely, I mean, I've seen the Pepsi. I don't know who it was, what model bike it was, but I have seen a Pepsi race bike.
Pepsi was the RG 125, 250, and the 500. And then they put it on the GSXR for one season.
Okay, so
yeah.
Can I just say that Weggy's just put up Durex Suzuki?
Yes, they did have Durex Suzuki.
Did they really have Durex?
Yep. It was pink. It was pink.
Really?
Can I say a very safe bike? Well, 99.8.
Well, at least you hope that it is.
I think race colours, the only bike that ever really stood out for me race-wise is the Fila Ducati.
No, it stood out colour-wise.
Yeah.
I didn't like the bike.
No.
Yeah, I didn't like the bike, but it stood out colour-wise. Yeah, I'll agree.
But the colour scheme on it was just fucking there. You always knew that it was.
I've just remembered what that Cadbury's was. It was
Cadbury's Boost.
Yes. I was just about to say, because I said Whisper, didn't I?
GB Models put it up.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Really must read the comments. You Gordon. Yeah.
Because didn't Norton do a nice black and gold version once?
Oh,
yeah, that was a JPS Norton.
Yeah,
That wasn't JPS as
Yeah.
well, was it?
I'll tell you what,
Yeah.
the bike shop up near me has got a Norton Commando, a modern Norton Commando racer in JPS black and gold.
Oh.
And if only I had 32,000 to buy it.
Is that all?
Is that the rotary?
That's 32.
Is that the rotary, Skeggy?
No, it's not road legal.
It's not the rotary. No, is it the rotary?
It's road legal.
No, I don't know, mate. Honestly, I don't know. I saw the price tag and walked away. I sort of admired it and went, that is absolutely beautiful, and moved on because I saw the price tag and I'm like, yeah, you're just never gonna. You just never.
Yeah.
I mean, like I paid less than that for my house, you know.
Because the two rotary Nortons that Jamie Whittam and Cole Fogarty raced, the rotary ones, they were JPS. They were JPS Norton, weren't
This is a 2019 model.
they? Okay, did they make one?
Yeah. They made a 2019 Norton.
Right, I thought the company had gone into shit
Well,
street.
Well, unless it's one of these things that didn't sell and now it has.
Right, okay.
You know, they linger about in showrooms sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's got a 2019 plate on it. But I must admit, I saw the price tag and I was like, yeah, move on. Move on.
Jog on.
Was that the 961 Commando, was it?
I couldn't tell you, honestly, I couldn't tell you. I literally admired it, thought that is absolutely fucking beautiful. And then, the worst thing about this conversation is I moved on from there to look at an Africa Twin and sort of went.
That's gone downhill a bit, hasn't it? Fucking hell.
Next bike along, you sort of go from that to that, and you go, yeah, they're just not, you know. I mean,
it's just not in it, is it?
No, I mean, I see an Africa Twin as a slow heavyweight adventure bike. I don't know.
You're better off getting yourself a Himalayan.
Totally. Although I must admit, I'm really, really tempted by a new Interceptor.
Beautiful
Yeah,
bike.
I'm waiting for the new Cruiser to come out myself.
Yeah.
It's got the same engine, hasn't it, Carl?
Yeah.
Have they decided what they're calling it yet?
Don't know. I haven't got a clue.
No.
Yeah, it's got the same engine as the Interceptor, isn't it? The 650.
Engine, yeah. But I mean, I'll tell you what, I mean, the Interceptor makes a lovely noise. Really
Yeah,
good.
it's pretty close to a Bonneville.
Well, not far
If you look
off.
at it.
It's not a parallel twin, but it don't sound far off. But again, it's got the modern ECU and the modern bloody balance tubes
Well,
and everything like that. You know?
That's another example for Dobby on difference between power, yet different size engines.
I mean, there's another thing,
Yeah.
Dobby. You say you want a cruiser, test an Interceptor.
Okay.
If you get the chance to have a ride on a Royal Enfield Interceptor, you'll get that classic feel, but on I don't know, strangely, it's got a modern feel to it. Handles absolutely brilliantly. It's got torque all the way through the range. It's a nice 650 twin engine. And to be quite honest, you'll struggle to find a bad review of them. You know, I mean, there's the odd one out there where people say, "Oh, this happened, that happened," and so on. But generally, they got sorted pretty quick. You know, like recalls and things like that. So,
Yeah, they've done them pretty straight up front, didn't they? And for the price that you're paying for it, you're getting a lot of bike for your money.
Yeah, very nice. But the only thing I'll say to that, it still doesn't, to me, look like a cruiser.
Oh, it's not a cruiser.
That's his fucking name. Good old way he's come up with.
it's all compact. Whereas I want something that is slightly longer, like the the dragster,
The
which has
Interceptor is
got that
not that.
elongated.
Right.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Tommy, I tell you what, if you haven't bought a cruiser by the time you come to Skeg next year, and you're coming, whether you like it or not,
Yeah.
but then by the time you must have a go on my bike.
I'll tell you what, I'll bloody train up if I have to come
Right.
next year to Skeggy.
So
Because I was really pissed off I couldn't come this year.
I understand.
Really
that.
pissed off.
I
was really looking forward to that, and I couldn't even drive, let alone ride.
You weren't in no fit condition, really.
No, mate. And I was pissed off.
Yeah, but if you get the chance to come to Skeg, by all means, and you haven't bought a cruiser, by all means, have a
Nice
go.
little advert there, Carl.
Yeah, that's the new
You see,
it's a new Royal Enfield Cruiser, mate.
I don't know why, but in my mind, it should be lower on the back end. I want that back end dropping inches.
It's just, I know it's going to sound really, really stupid, but to me, and perhaps it's only millimeters, but it just doesn't look long enough and low enough for a cruiser.
But this is it. If you drop the back end, it suddenly looks long enough, and I know this because I did it on Photoshop.
Yeah, but I know it sounds stupid, and I'm not saying it probably looks. If you put an XV over the top of that, it probably wouldn't be much different.
No.
It's just something. It's just something about the way it looks.
Quite honest, the XV would probably piss all over it, power-wise. If it's the same engine that's in the Interceptor, it's a powerful enough engine. I'm not saying that. It's probably about the same.
That is actually A2 legal engine, a motorcycle, though, isn't it?
That's it. Yeah, I mean, you've got the difference between a V twin and a parallel twin, so but it's a nice looking bike. I don't like the big gap between the rear wheel and the mudguard. I think it should be dropped at least 2 inches.
Yeah,
but as a legal A2 motorcycle.
There's nothing wrong with it. It looks lovely. I do like the look of it, but it just, to me, that is not a cruiser.
No.
And it's hard to explain what the difference is. It just doesn't. I think, like Skeg says, it needs to drop down at the back. You need to be lower down on your seat, but higher up at the bars, a little bit more rake, a little bit more length. And certainly that tail, it needs to really tuck into the rear wheel.
Asking as a colourblind person, is it black or green?
I don't know.
Looks sort of greeny.
I don't know. I can't work it out.
The reason I'm asking is I've been told it was dark green, but I only see black.
Yeah, to me it's black.
I was talking to the Royal Enfield dealership, and they said, "Oh no, they're only available in green," and I'm like, "Well, I've only seen black ones." So to me, it's black.
Carl, can you find a picture of the Bonneville America?
What, the new one or which one?
Yeah, the new one.
See, they're nice as well. The Triumph Bonneville Americas are nice as well. I like the look of them, but again, they still seem more squashed compared to.
I know what Jim's getting off. It's not far.
Looking at that, it's not far off of Bonneville.
Yeah, it's not at all. I mean, the America's a bigger engine.
It's 900 in the America, isn't it?
Yeah.
To be quite honest, though, I think although it's I think they produce a similar torque.
Yeah, they do. The 650 in the Interceptor is the same torque as the
900.
No, it's the 865 in the Bonneville.
Well, yeah, which just goes to show, Pete, what we were talking about earlier about torque versus brake horsepower. It produces the same brake horsepower, but it's the other one's a lot more CC.
It's 205 cc's more.
Yeah.
And yet it does the same.
Yeah,
it basically does the same thing.
I see there where he says that Steve Spray and Trevor Nation rode the original.
Yes, they did. That's
the funny thing is, the one that they've got up here actually says Steve Spray replica. And I said, how can it be a Steve Spray replica if it's a 2019 bike? And he went, oh, well, it's just for sale reasons, really. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, an error occurred. You didn't.
What are you doing, Carl?
See if it does it on YouTube. No, hold on. That's bollocks, isn't it?
But yeah, when they first came out with the 650 Interceptor, the torque on it was exactly the same as the 865 Bonneville engine.
That's
right.
270 firing.
And you've got to bear in mind, no matter what frame it is, it's still the same engine.
Yeah.
You know, I'll tell you what, I mean, I've been nothing but impressed with the new Interceptor. Absolutely nothing but impressed. I had a test ride organised, but unfortunately, due to COVID, it's been cancelled.
If you look into it, Skeggy, the frames are all built by Harris, because the company that owns Royal Enfield actually bought Harris. They actually bought them out.
Yeah, they're 68% of it is all done.
Yeah. So they build all the engines. The electric.
I'm on about the sixth finger of this redstone, so.
The engines are
why.
The engines are designed and developed in Leicester.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, and built in Leicester.
And built in Leicester, and they're all shipped out to India, where the bikes are put together.
And
I do believe the electrics are built by the same company that do Honda as well.
Yes, I tell you what, the actual bike itself, you can't really fault it too much because the majority of the components are built everywhere but
India.
You know, literally in India. And one of the main complaints about Indian motorcycles in the past has been the welding on the frames. Well, that's been taken care of by Harris doing it all. The bearings, which are now, I understand all the bearings are now British. And because they suffered on the swing arm bearings. And what else was it? The wiring's done in the UK. Like I say, there's so many parts of it that are done in the UK, literally all shipped to India to be rebuilt there. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, probably wrongly, I still class Royal Enfield as British. It's a British name. We sold it to India. They've been doing the best job they could do with it, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't know. It's one of them things.
No, I actually agree with you with that, with Skeggy. To me, RE is British.
On the same side of things, Pete, I suppose if you look at it that way, then you could say that, well, the Morris Isis is still a British car, because the Morris Isis was moved over to India, produced in India, and they still produce them as taxis.
Yeah.
All the taxis over there are Morris Isis, which is not a good name for a car, really, is it, Isis?
No, well, I don't know. It depends on where you're going to drive it.
Yeah.
And to be honest, what you're carrying as well.
Yeah. So the Middle East, maybe not the best.
No.
Now, looking at that, and looking at...
I wish it was possible to do an overlay, but it's not so far off. But if you look at it, seats sit slightly lower down in the frame. You know, I mean, that's the bobber. Well, it's the bobber look, isn't it? You know,
it's a bobber frame dressed different.
Yeah,
but it is. it's pretty much the same. It's just slight tweaks, like with the seat and
That's all it is.
You know.
It's the fact that that's got a swing arm with the mud guard attached to it higher up, whereas the bobber is attached to the swing arm. That mud guard is attached to the frame. The bobber looks so much cleaner because the rear mud guard is actually attached to the rear swing arm, so therefore the gap never alters.
I don't know. I don't know if that's is that on the swing arm?
No,
no, it's not. No.
Yeah, that's on the frame. The differences between this bike, if you look at the headlight, it's got a slightly different headlight cowl from the bobber. It's the same shaped tank from the side view. The overhead view is because this tank's actually wider and I think holds 2 more litres than the bobber. But when it comes down to it, you've got to bear in mind, if you was to take that seat off and put a sort of a hovering seat, for the bobber and put a lower mud guard on, you've basically got the same bike. I mean,
it is basically the same bike, isn't it? Really,
yeah, without being funny, who are you trying to fool, Brian? You know what I mean?
It actually says it's a Speedmaster here.
Yes, that's the Trans Speedmaster, which, to be fair, in name only is different to the America. The America's got it's got a one-piece seat.
Oh, right, okay.
And that's about it. But again, a very good bike, very nice bike, very good bike. And I'll tell you one thing about them, they handle brilliantly. Because it's down to the rake.
If you look at the rake on the front, it's very steep.
It is. Through the corners, they handle really, really well. And that's exactly the same rake as the bobber, which is 2 degrees different to the original America, I think it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, a good looking bike all round. I was quite surprised. I took the missus's car for the MOT today, and they've got these tyres on display in Quick Fit showroom. And I looked at them, and I thought they're a bit narrow. I said, "What are they for, mate?" And he told me, and I says, "My bike's got wider back tyre than that." "Oh, what's your bike got?" I says, 190. He said, 190 bike?
Looking at that, you can tell it's definitely built for the American market.
Oh God, yeah, totally. I mean, don't get me wrong.
What makes you say that?
Just the look of it.
Generally, the fact that the frame rail follows straight down onto the swing arm, which gives it that hardtail look, which the Americans love that.
Yeah, the soft tail.
They love the fact that if you look at it from the side, it follows down in one straight line, which gives it that impression that it's a hardtail. And there's nothing more American than a hardtail chopper or bobber or whatever along them lines. And that is basically, let's face it, it's a 2-seater bobber, whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
No, just by looking at it, you can say, "Oh, that's for the American market." Yeah. It's got fatter tyres.
I think it's a good-looking bike.
The only thing I don't like about it is the 2-seater.
Yeah. You see down here, GB Model says that, Gordon says that it's a bobber is more of a teardrop tank. You see, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to argue with him because I ain't got the two to compare, but I've looked at my mate's bobber and I would have said that that's pretty much the same shaped tank. I know the bobber tank is a lot narrower than you realise because it's only got a short gas mileage. I tell you, it's fucking me off. I keep on trying to move my mouse and it's moving, but what's confusing me is Carl's mouse is sat there above the bike. I'm thinking it's mine, so I was trying to move it. It went moving. Oh dear. Yeah.
But that has got a classic American look about it, and that's what they go for.
I must admit, I like it.
It's the biggest market for them.
Yeah, I know it's nitpicking.
Yeah.
I know it's nitpicking. One thing I don't like about it is I don't like the gap under the seat, because it's like they've been lazy with a bobber seat. It looks like it's supported at the front end, at the back end resting on the mudguard.
That's why I would take off the rear seat and make it a single seater.
This is
And
it.
stick a mudguard wrap around the wheel.
And I think if you did that, most people would assume you'd got a bobber.
Mm.
Yeah.
That to me, if you take the rear seat off, so it's only a single seat, literally a single seater, and wrap the mudguard, I think it'd look nice.
But no argument whatsoever. It's a good-looking bike.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah.
I quite like the headlight shroud on it. I think it should have chrome clocks and maybe smaller, like the original Smith clock. I think the trouble is with me, you see, I'm fucking old school and I'm so traditional with some things. I think certain things should stay a certain way. I mean, as far as like speedos are concerned and things, I think you can't beat Smiths.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, the long short of it is the price difference is bloody phenomenal.
Really?
I would say that that'll cost double the amount, nearly double the amount the Enfield's going to cost.
Oh yes, yeah, I would imagine.
easy.
That. But that just goes to show how much good value for money the Enfield is.
Yeah.
Well, when I bought my Bonneville, I paid $8,200, and that was just a basic 865 New Church limited edition.
Yeah.
Okay, didn't have anything special on it. Nothing added on. It was just a basic Bonneville with a New Church badge, and that cost me $8,200.
Yeah. See, looking at that, would you prefer the crankcase on the Bonneville? Sorry, on the Speedmaster as we're looking at, which is the same as the Bonneville. Would you prefer that setup there with the primary cover and the crankcase, or would you prefer the Enfield setup with the one big one?
Mine didn't actually look like that.
No.
Carl, can you bring up the Triumph Bonneville 865 New Church?
What year is that?
That was 2016.
Oh right. So did it have an aftermarket cover on the primary?
No, it was a standard 865. That's the 900 engine on the Speedmaster.
Yeah. I thought they'd done that similar rear casing.
No. The engines look totally different.
Oh, it's not the one with the grill pan, is it?
No.
You know the one that just got the lines across it?
No, it's just black.
It said
Black with the Triumph logo in the middle.
They did one that looks like something like a bloody grill pan.
So it was just yours was black, was it?
Yeah. As I had the blue and white Bonneville New Church.
Oh, blue and white. Hold on then.
What, Bonneville America or Bonneville?
New Church. It was a Bonneville.
Yeah. See, I mean, I must admit, the 1200 engine is so much better. And it's almost what it was crying out for a long while.
That's the street twin now, isn't it? That's the 1200 street twin, yeah.
Yeah. See, all the new Bonnevilles have got 1200s. And they're I mean, they're a beautiful sounding engine. They're a beautiful engine, all told. Everything about them is crisp.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
they do sound the part with the 270 firing.
Yeah. Well, this one, I know that I'm not trying to exclude Dobby in this.
That's what I had.
Yes, I wasn't trying to exclude Dobby in the conversation there, but by saying it sounds more crisp, the 1200 compared to the 865, it's just it's a different sound, a different note. But the engine itself, obviously, it's more power, and it pulls better, obviously. But I think for a long while, the Bonneville was asking for a quicker engine.
Yes and no.
I tried the America, and I know the America's a heavier bike, but I wasn't happy with the America's speed at all. It sent slow and sluggish.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that'd bang on at 120 quite happily.
Yeah, that's nice looking. You see, it isn't a slightly different rear casing on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
several different ones. It's sort of similar shape. You could interchange them.
That's right. It's virtually the same shape. It's just.
But that was a beautiful bike to ride. Really was.
It actually goes to show that planer is better, because that's a better looking side case than what was on the last one.
Well, I went out on the test ride for it. He said, "I'll take it out round the block," and I was gone for 2 hours.
Yeah, big block.
Yeah,
it's a big block. It's
actually. They've designed it to make it look like it's it's got the gearbox and the engine, but it's actually it's just what they call it, unit construction, isn't it? With just different casing on it.
It was unit construction, but if you look at the carburetors, they're actually designed to look like the original carbs.
Yeah.
But they're single point injection.
Yeah. I never liked the idea that they'd gone 2 into 1 on the exhaust. I always wished they'd gone single exhaust up either side, like Drugsons and so
on. I had single pipes up each side.
Oh, so that's not standard.
That's probably not standard then.
Yeah.
No.
This is actually an advert, so.
Yeah. No, I had the twin pipes on mine.
Yeah, to me that looks wrong. I would have said that, one either side. I mean, for God's sake, you're trying to tell everybody it's a twin. What better way to tell people it's a twin than having 2 exhaust pipes?
It doesn't sound right if it doesn't sound stereo. That's how a Bonneville's got to be. It's got to sound like it's in stereo.
Totally. I mean, it's a parallel twin for a reason.
Yeah. And it was a fantastic bike to ride. I mean, I'd done, 1,000 miles in 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I just couldn't keep off the bloody thing. At 6 miles when I took it for the test ride, I was out for 2 hours pootling about on it.
What colour was yours?
It's that colour.
Yeah. I quite like that. That's a nice colour scheme, that. Is it blue or purple?
Blue.
Right. You've got to bear in mind, I'm really colourblind. So, you know what I mean?
No, it was blue and white with the black side cases. And that was designed.
To me, it looks purple.
Yeah, it's purple to me.
To me, it looks really Cadbury purple.
Yeah,
no,
and
it
to
was
me.
definitely blue.
Yeah, okay. I don't disbelieve you because I know how colourblind I am. So it's like
it was.
I've lost so many arguments on colour.
It was a really deep sort of pearl coloured blue. But I would have another one in a heartbeat. It's one of the best bikes I've ever rode.
Still looks purple. Is it the plush seat? You know, where it's like, is it a plush seat where it's like almost like a leather around the outside, but like a suede on the top?
No.
That looks more stock.
Yeah,
that is a stock one. That's a stock photo. That one.
Oh right. Of course, yeah. That's got the exhaust down either side.
And it looks more blue as well.
But no, she'd bang along at a ton quite happily. I did have her up to 120, but
look, Blue.
Mrs. slapped me around the helmet.
Like I say, if you say so, it could do what?
You can see the. Say again, mate.
What did you say? To slap you around the helmet?
Yeah, she slapped me around the head because I was going too fast.
Oh, she slapped you around the head.
Fast. Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I heard you say something about it had slapped you around the helmet, and I'm thinking, what?
Hey, you can see the carburetor on that one. Look, if you go up again, Carl.
That one? Or do you want to go down again?
What is it? Carburetor or EFI?
There. It's actually electronic. It's electronic single point injection, but they really did a good job with the carburetor lookalike.
Very much so. I mean, to the point that you could hardly tell.
Yeah, you couldn't. I mean, when you started it up, they even gave you a choke pull. Not that you needed it because it's EFI, but they gave you the.
What colour?
Well, you got the choke. You got the choke pull on the Enfield as well. The Enfield Bullet.
Yeah.
They gave you
on the next one. What colour is that?
That's the red one. They done it in two colours, red and blue. It's a special edition.
Okay. See, to me, I would have said that looked more like a bronzy colour to me, but okay, red. Looks nice.
Sunburnt red, they called it.
Yeah.
But
I can't help but think it would look better with spoked wheels.
Yes, it would. But it was the special edition.
Well, they do say that. They do say that aluminium or titanium or whatever wheels handle better, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. But no, she used to start, stop, go. It was a fantastic bike, but it was very basic.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but there's nothing wrong with a basic bike as long as it puts a fucking smile on your face.
No, exactly.
Definitely.
And
it's always got to put a smile on your face.
I couldn't keep off the bloody thing. That was the only bike that I actually went out religiously and washed every time I went out on it. That's the only bike I ever actually went out and cleaned after I'd been out on it.
I mean, mine's been filthy for about a fortnight now. But yeah,
it was a beautiful bike until that prick decided he wanted my side of the fucking road.
Right. I'm going to leave Dobby talking for a minute while I go for a pee.
Yeah, well, I'm going to...
No, you can't. You can't go anywhere, Pete. I said it first, so you've got to stay here talking while I go for a pee. Otherwise, you're leaving two people on their own, Dobby.
Ah, that's right. Dump me in it. I was just about... Where are you going? Get back here.
He pees himself.
Yeah, he's going for a pee, and all I was going to say is I'm going to have to say goodnight, just purely because I've got to be up at 5 this morning.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have about 4 hours sleep if I get to sleep.
Yeah.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I've got to be up and out of here at 9.
Well, it's not 4 o'clock here, but yeah, this is close enough. So yeah, it's been good, gents. I thoroughly enjoyed tonight. Thank you very much. Hopefully everybody that's watched has enjoyed it as well. I don't know. We've got 4 watching still, but I don't know who they are. But
that'll be Weggy, Gordon, and Tracy, probably.
Tracy or Kenny.
Probably Kenny, knowing him.
Roll call, people. Roll call.
Who's still watching? Comment quickly.
Because he just said.
Oh, bless him. Meisters. Oh, yes. Meisters. And Gordon. And who else? No, just you two. And Tracy.
All right.
Oh, bless.
She only watches you for Dobby.
Say that again.
She only watches this for Dobby.
Ah, well, there you go. I can't help being the star of the show. It's those
You're a
good
stunner,
looks.
mate. You're a stunner.
It's those good looks, you see.
Yeah, I can't compare, can I? Look.
No.
Normally, I mean, I haven't got the teeth for it.
But like I said earlier, Dobby, if you get the chance, go down to Links and see if you can ride the NC.
It sounds a nice idea, actually. The NC 750. It's supposed to be a nice bike.
Try the NC 750. You'll be surprised. It's not a bike that is everyone's cup of tea, but it will give you an idea on torque and how torque works against.
Right. And it makes it, well, at the end of the day, a bike is a bike, and if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't.
It's that smile on your face. It's that smile on your face.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. I mean, I call it the bike with a boot, because where the petrol tank is, you've got a boot.
Yeah, that's where
tank's under the seat.
That's where you can stick your helmet, isn't it? Apparently.
Yeah, it is. It's a bike with a boot. Simple as that.
It's all a bit weird to me, that.
Yeah, it's a bit it's a painful place to leave your helmet, to be honest. But
Honda, in their infinite wisdom and engineering expertise, when they designed the engine for the NC 750, they took a Honda Jazz engine, and cut it in half. They cut the block in half, mated it to a gearbox, and then you've got the Honda NC 750X engine.
You know, the weird thing about that box under the tank is it gets that hot in there. My mate's helmet, you know, the thick rubber bit that goes all the way around your helmet at the bottom, it's all melted and dropped off while it was in storage in there.
No.
Honestly.
Really?
Yeah, it actually came unglued while it was sat in his. He pulled his helmet out and there's this big thing dangling off it. I'm like, what the fuck's that? And he went, oh shit! This is all my things.
Oh my god!
You put your hands inside. It was just so hot in there. And I says, I think you've got a problem with your bike, mate. And he says, well, according to the temperature gauge, everything's fine. The NC has got a temperature gauge on it, and everything was fine. So. I don't know. Maybe they are just a little bit warm inside there, so don't leave your helmet in there immediately as soon as you pulled up.
or your cheese sandwiches.
Cheese and brown sauce sandwiches.
Yeah, Branston pickle. Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, just as a recommendation to give you an idea on that sort of. How that sort of thing works, just go and try one.
Okay.
Go and see Kevin up at Lings at Lowestoft. Tell him you want to try the NC 750X, and they'll let you take it out.
Yeah. Jim, if he's going after a cruiser and you get him riding the fucking NC and comes away with an NC because he wanted a cruiser, I'm never going to forgive you.
Skeggy, I guarantee you he will not want an NC 750X.
Now, I must admit, they're a nice bike, but they're not the best looking of bikes.
No, but
nothing wrong with them, but I still want a cruiser.
Yeah.
And that's it. I know what I want, and that's what I'll get.
But it's just to show him how the torque side of things works compared to
that's right.
Your four-cylinder.
The difference between torque and cubic capacity.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, gents. Every time we go to say something, that fucking clock goes bang, bang, bang.
We've got half an hour before it does it again.
All right, then I'm going to bugger off. I'm going to say good night, gentlemen. Thank you very much for tonight. Thank you very much to everybody else out there. I will catch you later. I will see you next week.
No, mate.
I'll catch up with you soon, Dobby.
Yeah, take care, everyone.
Take care, mate.
Take care, mate.
Cheers. Thank you.
That's it.
Bye.
He's off when he can find the button.
Yeah, I've got to find the fucking rim from the stream. Oh.
Leave studio. He's still there. He ain't got himself out the studio yet. Oh, there he is. He's gone.
He's gone.
Yeah, I've enjoyed tonight. Sorry I was late joining, by the way, guys. It's like
No problems.
can't do a damn thing about it when they're doing what they're doing. You know.
Bloody kids are inconsiderate, aren't they?
Well, they are. I mean, the annoying thing about it is like the whole kitchen's on display, and I would have had like pots clattering and banging, and you know what microphones are like, they pick up on everything like that. And then of course they'd be sat here eating the dinner. And,
Shutting away, yeah.
And it's just one of them things where, although I must admit, if I'd have been online, they'd have probably left soon. rather than having a conversation about their new flat.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, on the other side of things, the new flat might mean they're not going to fucking be here. So
that's a good thing.
That's it.
So whose idea was it to start at 10 o'clock?
Eh?
I don't know. Wasn't mine, that's for sure.
You started at 9. I saw you start at 9.
It did.
Yeah, someone mentioned earlier about starting at 10 o'clock. And I'm like, well, that's me out the fucking window for starters.
Oh no, 10 o'clock's too late.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking hell. We'd have still been on till 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock.
It's 4 o'clock.
Yeah. What time is it for you there now, Jim?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll go to fucking bed then.
Yeah.
I've got my second win now.
Didn't you say about 11 o'clock, didn't you say I still have to go now?
Yes, I did. Well, it was about 3 o'clock.
Yeah, about 11 o'clock last time.
No. Yeah, well, yeah, 11
It's
o'clock
about
your
2
time
o'clock.
is 2 o'clock. Yeah, 2 o'clock.
Yeah. I don't know. No, I mean, when it comes down to on these side of things, I understand there'll be a trepidation about I want to cruise and boat, you know. He's had a Virago 535, which he loved.
Yeah.
But without being funny, you know, you're talking 535. Oh, pardon me, brake horsepower. I would say what, 80 mile, 85 top end. They're not.
I wouldn't
They're
know.
not good. They're not good on top end, you know.
No, they're not that good on torque either.
Not really, no. So he's not really experienced the torque side of things. So, like you say, the MC
and
give him a good introduction to torque without the brake horsepower.
It's a perfect example to show him what it can do and what it does. But it's not a bike that he's going to want to go out and buy. It's not the best looking bike on the market, but it serves a purpose. Which is what I was trying to say to him, basically, because you ain't going to want to get on a cruiser and ride like a twat, are you?
Yeah,
if you get on a bike, if you get on a bike that looks like a bike and it acts like a bike, it's going to be easier for him to get used to it.
That's right. Sorry.
If you get on a cruiser with bars and shit and whatever and feet out here and all that,
I was being distracted by Mice and Tracy's comments down there about glad you could make it. We understand, you know, ash browns and all that. I'll tell you what, I sat here and I sat in there and all I can smell is ash browns, and I'm like, and you've got to bear in mind that I ate my dinner 4 hours previous to this.
Ash brown bacon and beans.
You know, 4 hours,
nice or sausage.
4 hours previous, and all I can smell is ash browns, and they had some sort of, I don't know I don't know what chicken, some sort of spicy chicken with it. And I'm like, oh, I don't know. All I could smell was ash browns. I'm like, that smells fucking gorgeous. And then they sat there and they ate them. First of all, they took forever to cook them. And then they took forever to eat them. And they just sat there like having a chinwag, you know. And I'm like, just hurry up.
Fuck.
Just wash your fucking pots up so I can go online. You know, just hurry up, please. Will you please hurry up? And then they went upstairs and I looked at the kitchen and I thought, yeah, I'm not starting a fucking live chat with a kitchen in that state. So I had to tidy all the kitchen up because I don't want people seeing my fucking house a mess. I mean, usual shit, that's different. But when it comes down to pots, I don't know. Pet hate. Don't like pots in the sink. Don't like pots on the draining board. Don't like pots here and there. Yeah. But straight ash brand are lush. Totally agree. What's my state? 11 a.m. here.
Almost time for a glass of lunch.
Lunch. Absolutely.
I can't fault the guy, you know. I hope it's a glass of good old Jim Beam Red Stag. Why not? I've turned out, I don't know whether it's just my mate over there, but it turns out that Jim Beam and Coke quite liked in Australia. Personally, I don't like Coke. So just
See, over here it's always Tuborg, Efes, or Raka.
And what is that, roughly?
What's that? What, Raka?
Tuborg.
Yeah.
Tuborg is beer, Efes
Yeah.
is beer,
Yeah.
but they're a malt beer.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
yeah.
I like FS.
And
Nothing wrong with
Raka
that.
is basically, Raki is like Ouzo,
I thought so, because that's
but
like a
stronger.
Yeah, that's like a rice wine type thing. Yeah, like
No, it's actually made from the distilled contents of making the beer.
Oh, sorry, you broke up then. I thought you said something about the distilled
When they
contents
did-
of 13-year-old virgins.
No. When they distill the beer, everything that comes out of the tanks is what they make the raki with,
Oh, right, yeah.
and like it's basically like fucking Ouzo,
Yeah, well,
but it's stronger.
I used to make a thing called sake, rice whiskey.
Rice wine, yeah.
Yeah, I used to make rice whiskey. And very, very potent is all. But all I could say really is very, very potent.
Well, my old chap came out last year. Was it last year? Yeah, last year. I bought him out. We went down to the Olive Garden for a barbecue with my friend's mum and dad,
As you do.
and he had a glass of raki. He took one mouthful and nearly chucked his fucking ring up.
Hot at the back of the throat, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's harsh stuff.
He couldn't drink it yet. Bubba, my friend's dad, he just got the glass and went like that.
Yeah. But
It's
quite often,
a bardack like that.
yeah,
And
but
he just straight back.
quite often the best way is to drink it.
Yeah, but he sniffed it and he went, and that was
Yeah.
it. Nearly blue chunks everywhere. He was like,
Oh,
oh, I can't drink that.
Yeah. I don't know why. No matter what I drink, whether it's whiskey, rum, or brandy, or whatever, I don't like anything in it. It's like, in my mind, I think to myself, why would you want to dilute it?
The only thing you put in raki is water.
Yeah.
See, as far as I'm concerned, the only thing I put in a short is more short.
Yeah, but there is no way you would be able to drink raki neat. No way on this earth.
Oh, it's probably very similar to pochine.
It's aniseed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Pochine is potato whiskey. It's basically Irish whiskey, and it's one of those sort of things. If you take the lid off and pour it into your glass, you can watch it evaporate. It's that much neat alcohol that it literally evaporates in front of your eyes. So drink
homemade raki here is actually made with medical alcohol.
Yeah.
It is that fucking potent. You can clean your hands with it and then strip the fucking grease out of it and everything. It's vicious stuff. Yeah.
Proper job. It's proper job. Yeah, I must admit, I don't know why I've always had this thing about a short or any type of liquor. I've always had this thing where it's like you shouldn't add anything to a liquor or to any short other than another one. Don't add like lemonade or Coke or I don't know why. I really don't. Maybe I'm alcoholic. I don't know.
Maybe that, or maybe you just enjoy it.
I enjoy the taste a lot more. I think what it is, I don't like carbonated drinks that much.
No.
Yeah, but when you're guzzling your shorts, you got to put something with it.
Oh, no.
I'm just gonna have a wee chat back in a sec.
I don't guzzle, Carl. I enjoy the maturity of it.
I'm an alcoholic guzzler.
When it comes to this stuff, as far as I'm concerned, that is already slightly. It's already slightly altered. It's what 40%, 70 cl. So as far as I'm concerned, it's got to be neat. If you're going to add anything to it, you add another measure.
Another measure of it.
Yeah. I can't drink Coke.
I must admit, I'm not averse to drinking my shorts. But
I can't drink. Even if somebody said, "Oh, do you want a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi or whatever?" No.
No, I'm not keen on carbonated drinks like that myself. No. But as a mixer, sometimes, yeah.
I mean, funny thing is, the only thing I like on its own as a carbonated drink is probably Lilt.
Yeah.
Probably not like that. Other than that, I'm just not interested. I think it's well brought up in Mansfield when you brought up real men drink neat and real men drink,
untidy.
The only pop you drink is council pop.
Yeah, that's right. and you drink bitter or mild.
Yeah.
And lager is for the ladies because they used to have lager and lager tops, if you remember.
Yeah, or lager and lime.
Lime or blackcurrant tops.
Yeah.
When I had alcoholic tendencies, I drank fucking anything.
Mess, I'll have a bit of that. No, I mean when it comes down to it, I think when it's like I was brought up on Mansfield bitter, and the next best thing to Mansfield bitter were mild, and that was like a stout, and the next thing from that was a Guinness, a good old Guinness.
Mm.
And if
Mad Dog, sherry, fucking everything.
Yeah, if you had the balls for it, then you had a porter.
I like porter. Love it.
I mean, you can stand your spoon up in that.
Yeah.
You'd have a porter, but as far as my dad taught me, as far as like shorts are concerned, the only thing you put in a short is another short. It's strange, isn't it? I mean, like I say, I just don't like carbonated drinks really. I think the closest thing I would drink to a carbonated drink is if I was really, really thirsty on a hot day. I might have a Monster or a Relentless or something like that. You
Yeah.
know? But really not very often.
Oh, that's a bit close to the mark there, Mice.
So, right. Are you gonna put that one on the bottom, Carl?
Yeah, I'm just doing it now, mate.
Is that drinkstable or drink stable?
Able.
I want to know how he's able to reproduce the word cunt without being banned. I bet he used one of these Iraqi U things. They look like if you go into the different languages.
Yeah.
It looks exactly like a U, but it's not a
bloody
U.
Aussie.
Why is he drinking Castlemaine 4X, Mike? Where's he been?
He stopped. And there he was gone. He's seized on us.
Jim, you appear to have frozen, sir. Just every now and then. You're like doing the.
Oh, he's moved a bit. He's moved a bit. Look.
See, you're back to normal again, Jim. No. Oh.
No, he's buggered off.
No, I mean, drinks-wise, I think I would sooner, rather than anything, I would sooner drink something like Guinness all night long. I don't like mixing my drinks.
No, I'm not keen on stout myself.
I like Guinness. I'll tell you what, these new like Hobgoblins and things like that, the Hobgoblin Ruby, you can't fault.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Can't fault it whatsoever.
The annoying thing is when the thing, because the Hobgoblin has actually been bought out by one of the big major breweries. The thing is, when the thing for the craft beers and whatever dies out, suddenly all these nice beers are going to go away again. Because all the big companies have bought the small breweries.
Have they really?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. You see?
So it's going to go back to like the 70s and we need Camera again.
Hobgoblin Gold, forget it. I said to Emma, I said, the only trouble is Hobgoblin Gold is like a lager and it makes me like really windy, like
bloated.
Makes me want to pee. Whereas Hobgoblin Ruby, I can drink it all night long, not even need a pee.
Yeah.
What's your normal tipple, Jim?
Well, he doesn't.
Are you
Coffee.
teetotal? Coffee?
Yeah.
Oh, good on you, mate. I tell you what, if you can.
I've been dry 21 years in February.
Do you mind me asking, was that because you had a problem or just because you decided to?
Oh, if you listen to me, he's had a problem, big time.
Yeah. I mean, the way I see
he's
it,
frozen again.
Yeah. The way I see it, I'm
sorry about that, chaps. It just dropped out.
Yeah.
Right. No, I think when it comes to drinking, I drink what I enjoy to drink. I'm not going to sit here and drink something I don't like. You know, if I try something, I'd literally just be like, oh no, that's not for me. You know, you get some people and they'll go, well, I haven't paid for it, so I'll drink it. Not me.
Well, I used to be like that years ago. No, I'd drink anything. I think probably I was close to being an alky, but thankfully not.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this is the closest I get to having a social drink. I don't really tend to drink when I go out. In fact, I don't tend to go out these days.
No, I haven't been to a pub for ages.
Yeah, I quite look forward to a hangout so I can have a drink. because I see this, and I don't know whether the people down the comments would agree, but I see this as a time that I can sit there and I can have a pint with my mates.
Yeah.
You know. So the way I see it is, I'm sat here and I'm having a pint with my mates or a drink with my mates, and
talking shit.
Yeah, it's pretty much what you do down the pub, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Trouble is, I've run out of beer. Got none left.
Oh no, Carl!
I know. I had 4 bottles.
You see, one thing I don't like to do, I don't like to mix alcohol, or should I say, I don't like to mix
beer and spirits
and spirits, because that's when I thought, if I start talking, if I start drinking beer and spirits, I start talking bollocks. Yeah.
And you don't anyway?
Oh no, I'm not saying I don't anyway. But the difference is, I'm more at this moment in time, I still know what I'm talking about. If I'd have been drinking like beer and spirits by now, I wouldn't have a fucking clue.
No, as I was saying, teetotal for 21 years in February.
Well done, mate. Well done. Like I say, I mean, it's something you can manage. I mean, fucking hell, I hadn't had, before we started these hangouts again, I hadn't had a drink for months and months and months. You know?
We're a bad influence, Carl.
Bad affluence, yeah.
Carl,
bad effluence.
Yeah, effluence, that's the word I was looking for.
I mean, I was toteal until I met Carl. Never touched.
Then you had to drink.
Yeah, never touched the drop till I met Carl. And then he starts coming on with these challenges. Oh, you want to try this one? He'd go, I've had a little bit of the bishop's finger, you know.
Yeah.
Have you really?
I'll tell you what, though, Moist, it's held in there. the amount of fucking shite I've had this week, last week and a half, I'm just glad it's fucking hung in there.
Yeah.
So, yes, next week I start repairing the house.
What you've been through, your internet's doing quite well, and so are you. So.
Yes, well, I start repairing the fucking house next week, so it'll all change. It'll all change.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have to say good night, gents. It's getting on for 1:30, so I'm going to have to say good night.
Yeah, it's that time, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's 4:25.
Yeah.
Oh,
I won't be doing that. Not nowadays, anyway. Years ago.
Yeah, you're 21 minutes past my bedtime.
Yeah, well, I've got to catch up with old mates back in the UK, haven't I?
I'll tell you what, we appreciate it, mate, because you bring a certain amount of knowledge that we don't necessarily have. You know,
I wouldn't say knowledge. I'm just a fucking know-it-all bastard.
Well, no, I mean, the point is, I mean, quite often I'll come up with a little bit of something, and you'll correct my mind as to what era I'm talking about or whatever. So it all helps on the final production, you could say, because when it comes down to it, like I say, I mean, my memory's not what it used to be. I'll start talking about something. And it's
a group effort, Skeggy. It's a group effort.
Yeah. I tell you what, it's exactly the same if I start singing. And bear in mind, I used to be in a band. I used to be in a group. I start singing nowadays, and I get halfway through the fucking first verse, and I forgot the words. I'm like, what? What's going on? You know? And
Can I just follow up on a comment from Moist? He said, "You're doing well, been a hard slog of the weather over there." You've only missed half of it, mate.
Yeah, understatement.
And a little earth tremor he had.
It was about 20 kilometres that way.
Yeah, but you still felt it. That's the bad thing.
I was virtually shitting myself.
Yeah. You got to bear in mind when you're halfway up a mountain, you know, you've got the choice of do I slide down the mountain or does the mountain slide down on me?
Oh, there we go. Aftershock.
Yeah.
I've had these since Friday. I've been rocked to sleep and I've been gently woken up with a shake. It's getting old now.
Yeah.
But we're on alert at the moment for the big aftershock because you always tend to have a big one. Sort of a week or two after.
About 7.5, 7.9 on the Richter scale.
Well, this one was a 7, and they're expecting at least a 6.3.
Yeah.
But the one that we had, it wasn't a big one, but what it was, earthquakes normally start under the tectonic plates. This one didn't. It actually hit in the fault line.
Oh, really?
It just spread. They felt it over 500 miles away. Now I'm 20 kilometers away from it, so I'm virtually in the center of the shock blast.
Yeah, the epicenter.
Yeah. Luckily for me, with the fault lines the way they lay, it went north and hit Izmir. Now, you probably saw it on the news or whatever. But there was like over 20 buildings come down. I think there's 114 killed and over 1,000 injured. So,
I must admit, Jim, I didn't catch any of it because I don't watch the news. But it
was bloody scary. I mean,
through the internet, it still told you exactly how bad it was, and it was like, oh shit.
Yeah.
I was gonna go on the comments and in the chat and ask how you was, and as I did it, you just put somebody else had already asked, and you just put you was all right, and I thought, oh, I'll leave it.
Yeah, I was shaking again now.
Yeah. See, I'm one of these. If I don't have to ask the question, I won't.
Oh, you're more than welcome to, Skeggy.
Yeah, I don't want to be. I never want to appear to be nosy, and I never want to appear to be sort of, I don't know, like whittling. Like so sometimes you're like, "Oh, you all right?" And they're like, "Yeah, fuck sake, mate. We're used to this. It's all right. Chill out."
I'm used to it, but not this one. This one it went on for about 30 seconds. I mean, normally if you get a quake, it's like 10 to 15 seconds at the most. This went on for 30 seconds.
It's surprised now that extra few seconds can add.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. I mean, it's done some damage to the house. It shifted the partition wall that we've got there. I don't know if you can see it. I'll turn around. Behind the cabinet there. If you look at the top, you can see where it's cracked up there.
Yeah.
It shifted that wall 1/4 of an inch.
It's quite a shift.
It's lifted one of the tiles up on the landing, one of the lintels above the bedroom door in the Istanbul room. And then I went outside, it's cracked along the front fascia of the balcony.
Istanbul room?
Yes.
Why have
all the bedrooms are themed.
Oh, right.
We've got a beach room.
Yeah.
We've got the princess room and we've got the Istanbul room. They're all different. So every room in the house is different. Then I went outside day before yesterday. The balcony out here is like that thick concrete, and it's cracked all the way across the middle.
Oh,
and then I walked around.
Yeah. how would you repair something like that? You can't really, can you? It's got to be.
Basically, because the lines have gone that way, I can drill down at an angle, pin it, and then cement it.
Oh, you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, and like with the rebar, I can reinforce it. But round the back, we've actually got a hole in the wall like that, where all the plaster's come off and some of the bricks have come out, some of the stone. So, yeah, it is what it is. We've got earthquake insurance, but because of what's happened in Izmir, it's just going to take too fucking long for it to come through. So I'm just going to do it myself. So, but yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. I'm still here. I'm luckier than them poor bastards up in Izmir, like, you know.
Yeah,
I didn't get buried under a 20-story building.
No. I mean, there's a lot to sort of be thankful for.
Yeah.
You know?
But it does put the fucking shits up you.
Oh, I should imagine so. I should imagine so. I mean, we had an earthquake over 8 years ago, and I sat in bed watching television, and I watched the ornaments like move to the right hand side of the shelf. I'm like, what? I honestly, that a lorry or something had crashed into the front of the house.
I crouched down on the floor when it started because I was going to dive under the table if things started going crack and fucking whatever. And then I noticed the TV was going like that, and the Xbox was sliding off. So I saved the TV and the Xbox. But there. I saved the Xbox and the TV, but there was like glasses lying about like upstairs and whatever. So it's just basically a tidy up and whatever.
Well, it's mind-boggling when you think about it. You just think, oh no, you know.
Yeah, a lot of people, when I've told them and showed them the pictures of the damage, are like, fucking hell. And you was in it. I was like, oh, yeah. It's only 20 kilometres that way in the middle of the sea between fucking Samos and Izmir.
Let's face it. There's nothing. There's nothing you can do about it. You know.
No, you do feel fucking helpless. Yeah. I mean, the biggest before that one was 6.4.
Yeah.
That's the biggest one I've been in, and the whole building started going like that.
Does it make you worry? Does it make you worry that something heavy is coming?
They're expecting it. They're expecting at least a night up in Istanbul.
Oh fucking hell! That's not that far away, is it?
They're forecasting. What did he say? It's about 250 kilometres. Now this one was felt 500 kilometres away. Yeah. They felt it. They felt it in Greece, Bulgaria, like fucking miles away, literally miles away.
Yeah.
So yes, the Earth did move for me, but not in a fucking good way.
Not the way you would have liked.
Yeah. But I'm still here. I'm still smiling. I'm still riding the bike.
That's what matters. Yeah. That's what matters.
Yeah. And Bev asked me if I wanted to go back, and I said, "Fuck off."
Yeah.
Please.
I think at the end of it, you've got to keep your sense of humour. You know, no matter what.
You need to. But I will also say a big thank you to all the Turkish friends that I've got for helping me.
Yeah.
And if I didn't have them, if I was totally on my own, I mean, the amount of people that called me up and said, like, are you okay? How is the house? Do you need us to get you anything? Blah, blah, blah. You know, and these are Turkish people.
Yeah.
It's, everyone pulls together.
It's a big thing.
Similar to the Irish folk that when a house got blown up, they pulled along and they just opened shops up and said, take what you need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I had a few messages come through from the UK. But I mean, I even had people. Oh, I didn't even know there was an earthquake. I'm like, where the fuck you been?
Yeah.
It's all over the news, like, you know. And,
Yeah.
I mean, the point is, I'm very much like that, Jim. I don't watch the news, you know. So
Yeah.
I went on the chat. Well, I got a notification on the chat that somebody said, "Oh, you're all right, Jim." I'm
yeah,
like,
but
"What's
but
happened?"
my point to them was, you've got all the social media, you've got all this TV, radio, all this different stuff. How can you not hear that there's a fucking massive earthquake in Turkey
For the
or
simple
fucking
reason,
New Zealand or anywhere like that, for that matter? You know, it's just
you see, I fully get that because I'm very much like I pay attention to what I want to pay attention to.
yeah.
You know, so when I didn't know about it till you responded to, I think it was Pete's comment. Somebody asked how you was, if you was okay,
Yeah,
and it came up in the chat, and I was like, oh, wow, what's happened? So then I investigated to see what had happened, and I was like, oh shit.
yeah,
So when I read that you was okay, then I just left it.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
Yeah,
because
it's same with me. I thought, oh, he's okay.
I'm not that sort of person that I don't know.
The the
Although
the,
it's
the,
good
the
video,
sad thing about it, Skeggy, is that nobody heard about it until people were dead.
yeah, way after, yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
completely, yeah,
you know, I mean, they'd been digging. There was a little tot. She was about 2 years old.
Oh, the one that
Th-
come out after about 70 odd hours or something.
there was
Yeah.
one at 48 hours, one at 51, one at 91 hours. She was pulled out yesterday.
Yeah.
There's like four of them. They called them the miracle children of Turkey, basically.
Yeah.
Um,
It's a wonder they're alive, you know.
and they were still alive. They hadn't had water. They hadn't eaten. They were pinned. I mean, one of
Yeah,
them was so lucky, so
I mean,
lucky.
you've got to imagine just going that time without food and water, never mind anything else,
Yeah, yeah.
and they've gone
And
without water and being trapped.
I mean, I had to go to Izmir on Sunday to take the car back, and it was fucking horrible.
Yeah,
I mean, I love Izmir. Izmir's a fucking fantastic place. But I went on Sunday and we drove through southern Izmir, which is like down a bit from where the buildings collapsed. And it's just like dust everywhere. Dust everywhere. There's fucking debris. There's fucking broken glass.
yeah, everything.
Everything.
It's a bit like World War II, trying to go through
Yeah,
London.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It was, and it just it made you then realise how lucky you was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
'cause you've got all these people walking around and it's covered in fucking dust and cars just
I
it looked
know,
like.
I know it sounds daft.
Right. I'm sorry, guys. I've got to go.
Okay, buddy.
No. I'll leave you to end the broadcast. Yeah.
Yeah, I got the button, mate.
Yeah. Okay then. Cheers, then, mate.
Okay, buddy.
Cheers.
Right.
No.
See you next week, Carl.
Yeah. See you next week.
İyi geceler.
You guys are right.
İyi geceler. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, on that side of things, Jim, it's like I can't imagine how it feels when I look at something like that. I just think to myself, "Holy shit!" You know, I
Here we
mean,
go again.
is it going again?
It's like it all the time, mate. It's like it all the time.
The thing that gets me is I just think to myself, well, how would you feel?
Yeah.
World War II, bombs coming down, and you've got to sort of put up with these like interruptions all around you.
Yeah.
And I think to myself, in one way, what you're dealing with there is not much different.
No, it
Because
shocks
like,
you.
let's face it, I mean, okay, you're sat there thinking, oh, it's all right, what, 20 kilometres away or whatever. But in reality, that fault line could be right underneath you, and you don't know.
You don't know, and that's what it was with Izmir. The fault line went right.
Right down the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's frightening, mate.
And like they said, if it hadn't have happened under the fault line, if it had done it normally under one of the plates, it would have been maybe a 6.
Yeah, well, I mean, the tectonic plates play a big difference in it, don't they?
Oh yeah, they damp a lot of it down.
Yeah.
But they were saying because fucking hell, oh, it's off again. Basically, it's spread out like a fucking web. It just spread across the whole of Turkey, and it just went batshit crazy, basically. And that was the frightening thing about it.
Yeah.
Because there was no dampening from the plates, it lasted for 30 seconds.
Which is a hell of a long time for something like that, you know?
It's for an earthquake, because they normally only last 15 to 20 seconds.
Yeah. I know. The one we had here didn't last very long. I mean, don't get me wrong. When you're in the middle of it, it feels like it's a lot longer. You know?
Sorry about that. You feel it just going like that.
Yeah. It's got to be a little bit unsettling.
After the big one, yeah. I mean, before it never used to fucking bother me. I sit here and shake away, but it didn't bother me because it was like only every once in a while. But like last night, I went to bed and it was every hour you get.
Yeah,
so you can't sleep properly. I mean, I'm actually sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, you're because when's the next one and how bad it could be?
When the big one comes, I want to be able to just jump and go through that fucking door, mate. I just want to get out.
Yeah, you don't want to be underneath a roof when that happens. Yeah.
No. So I'm basically sleeping on the couch until we get the all clear.
I totally
for my own safety and peace of mind, basically, rather than fuck the house. Fuck the house. It's insured.
Yeah.
I've got to get out.
No, I mean, when it comes down to that, you've got to be at that stage where you're like, nah, fuck this. You know, it's like out the door and gone. You know?
Yeah, I mean, like because of the big quake, I don't know what other damage has been done internally that I can't see.
Well,
so if I get a 6.4, if I get a 6.4 or above, it could do even more damage and bring the house down. So I really don't know. I can't take that fucking risk.
On top of what's already happened.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the main thing, really, is the damage that's already been done. You know?
Yeah, I mean, the only saving grace that we've got is our walls are 2 feet thick.
Yeah.
But in another way, if they've been dislodged or they're loose or whatever.
Yeah. How old is the building?
Sorry?
How old is the building?
This building was they started putting it up in 1988.
Right, so it's still, still a fair age, really.
Yeah.
32 years?
No.
Yeah, 32 years, isn't it?
90, 2000, 2020. Is it 30? Yeah, 32 years.
Yeah. So I mean, it's quite. You sort of think to yourself, "Oh, it's all modern technology. It's quite safe." But then you think to yourself, "Well, you know, I mean, how good is it?"
Yeah. I mean, the only crack that we're seeing from a previous earthquake is in the door arch downstairs, and it's actually
Yeah.
gone up. That's the only one that we've got from another big one.
That's
But
the worry.
this one, no, I ain't worried about that one.
No.
No, I'm more worried about the balcony out here.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, that's just if that gives way, that'll just drop. You know.
Yeah, I mean it's that thick, and it's
Yeah.
got cracks all the way through it where it's opened up, obviously.
Yeah. So what's that? 2 foot thick.
It's about that. So it's about just over
Yeah.
a foot.
On camera, I can only see one hand. So yeah.
If I go
Oh,
like
so
that,
about 9 inches.
maybe a bit more. I'm just sort of scaling it down so you can
Yeah,
see.
yeah,
So it's about that
yeah,
thick.
yeah. So probably a foot. But it
Yeah, it's
is.
about a foot thick.
I mean, without being funny, that's thick concrete to be able to, to worry something like that. It's like,
Yeah, it's reinforced though,
yeah, that's what I mean.
and it's split. So I mean, fucking hell,
Yeah,
there's got to be a lot of power there to do that.
let's face it. I mean, I'm assuming it's done to the same standards as British reinforced concrete.
It's a lot stronger. It's designed it's designed to withstand up to an 8 on the Richter.
So you wouldn't expect it to crack, and it has.
Crack but not fail.
Yeah, yeah. It's
The way they do it is it's designed to crack and bend and bow but not break.
That's got to be worrying, mate. It's got to be worrying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's designed to.
like Meister's on there, 20 meters. That's close, and it is.
20 kilometers is fucking
20
close.
kilometers, sorry, I mean, yeah, 20 kilometers. It's like you think to yourself, I don't know. When we had ours around here, it was hard to say where the epicenter was.
Yeah.
But I mean, what gets me is my missus never even woke up. And I'm sat there watching television, watching the ornaments on the shelves all move. They all move to the right hand side, and I'm like, what? What? Oh, what's going on?
It's disconcerting. It's very.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, what happened with us is our chimney had been. What happened? The chimney pots on the side of the house, they fell onto next door's property.
Right. The last tremor we had, I'll show you my earthquake tracker. The Dodecanese Islands is where we are at the top. Yeah, you see that?
Yeah.
The last one we had, it was 11 minutes ago. That was a 3.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
What's the?
That was an aftershock.
What does the 29 UTC stand for?
What does the 29 what? Sorry.
UTC. Right at the end of it says 29 UTC.
I don't know. That is the time. So it's it's wherever they take the time mark for the earthquake tracker.
Yeah.
Let's just try loading that
Like
up.
you say, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all frightening because, I mean, what can you do? You can't do anything other than sit there and hope for the best.
Right, this is a picture of my earthquake tracker. Now, where the circle is, I don't know if you can see it. There.
Oh, right, yeah, right in the middle.
Yeah, see all them clusters of pins?
Yeah.
Right. Well, where the circle is down the bottom here, where that point is, that's where I am.
Oh, right. So you're right down below it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all them, all the little drop pins. That is all the aftershocks, and that is in.
How big is
That's
the
in about the last.
island that you're on? How big is the
Sorry?
island that you're on? How big is the
Oh
island
no,
that you're on?
we're not actually on the island. I'm actually on a peninsula that sticks out.
Oh, right,
And the island is Samos.
Yes.
That's the Greek island of Samos.
I mean, the island, according to that, the island got it bad.
Yeah, it has. We haven't heard the death toll since Friday, and that was 3 people on Friday, and that was 2 hours after the earthquake.
Yeah, so I should imagine there's still people buried that they've not found.
Yeah, but those 3, it was 3 girls, and they were buried under a wall that collapsed on them.
Oh, is that one?
Yeah.
That was the one that was on the news.
No.
It's not. Like I say, at the end of the day, it doesn't put your mind at rest. You know.
But on the earthquake tracker, if you look at it, you've got the island, the peninsula where we are, and you've got the bay with Kushadasa. The earthquake was right in the middle. Where?
So, do you mind me asking how prone to earthquakes are you?
Quite prone to it, but they're normally small ones. They're not normally big.
Yeah, little tremors.
Yeah, but I mean, this one we had the fucking tsunami and all that shit. So, but like I said, it went that way because it followed the fault line.
You see, I know it sounds a bit wussy, but I've quite often said the one thing I appreciate about British weather and the British Isles is the fact that the worst we ever get here is tornadoes that nobody ever notices.
No.
You know?
No.
And we, as a country, we actually get more tornadoes than any other country in the world. But they're that small, you don't notice them.
You don't notice them. But this it's like I was saying to someone, when was it? Yesterday or the day before? That's my mate back in the UK. All the restaurants and everything, they were staying open.
Yeah.
For people, for teas and coffees and food, but they weren't charging.
All right. Yeah.
Like because so many people were coming from Izmir to get away. Like after the earthquake, they were moving this way towards Kushadasa, down to Soke, which is our local town.
I'm listening. Sorry, I'm listening, but I'm trying to read the comments down the side at the same time. I'm just yeah.
Yeah. And basically, they just stayed open for the people to go in if they wanted a tea or a coffee or whatever, you know, because
that's good.
That's what they do. It's like everyone pitches in to help out. And I was saying to this guy about it.
You know, community spirit, really.
Well, you wouldn't see it in the UK.
Not these days, no.
No.
These days, unfortunately, it would be, well, what's in it for me?
Yeah.
You know?
And that is one of the main reasons I got away from the UK.
I am British through and through, and I love the British Isles. I don't agree with what they do. I don't agree with a lot of things, but when it comes down to it, I am British through and through, and I'll fight for our rights as much as I can.
But there's only so much you can do, Skeggy.
But this is it. I mean, I haven't got the capability of moving away.
No.
Without being funny, I wouldn't move to anywhere that was
earthquake prone.
Yeah, earthquake or tornado or anything similar. Be quite honest, like I say, my main choice, if I was to move away from here, would be Australia.
Yeah, but they get earthquakes down there.
They do, yeah. Personally, I'm not frightened about anything that Australia offers, whereas the wife, unfortunately, when it comes to big spiders and snakes and things like that, then she would be a little bit like, you know, brown snakes and so on. She'd be a little bit more petrified. But as far as I'm concerned, yeah, they don't offer anything I'm that bothered about weather-wise.
No.
My body operates better in warm temperatures.
I mean, I prefer this climate because it's a drier climate, which helps me with my arm, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, I've got arthritis in my fingers.
Yeah.
Warmer climates help me, so I totally appreciate what you're saying. You know, your arm, it stiffens up in the cold. It's harder to operate. You know.
But my comment down the bottom there. You can tell the quality of a place after a national disaster, the level of community spirit that you see after speaks a lot about the place. And I mean,
yeah.
Like I said, the amount of my Turkish friends that are calling me and messaging me, making sure I was okay because I'm up here on my own.
I must admit,
if I need any,
if I'm being totally honest, Turkey seems a strange place for an Englishman to go to. But I mean, no doubt before you decided to go down the route you'd been down, you'd probably holidayed in Turkey or something like that, and you'd experienced it to a certain degree.
I experienced it. Yeah, I lived out here for a little while before I went back to the UK.
Well, this is it, you see. So that's what made you make that decision. I mean, nowadays, if you want to live in Australia or something like that, you've got to have a bit of money behind you.
But the reason that I decided that was because I lived like the local people. I didn't live in the resort because there's too many fucking English people there. They're ignorant bastards.
I mean, that's the problem. It's to be quite honest, that's the main problem with a lot of places is you have like a British community.
Yeah.
And it's the worst thing. It's the worst thing ever because you're not. You see, I'm a big believer. If you live in a different country, you should live as they live.
Exactly.
And that's the one thing I've got against foreigners coming to the UK is if you come to the UK, you should live as we live.
Yeah. And they don't.
Not bloody Muslim, not anything else, but Christian.
Yeah.
And
see, now that is one common fallacy about Turkey that people don't realise it is not a Muslim country.
And you know, I've never thought about it to be Muslim, or I've never thought it's one of those countries that's never come up one way or the other as to be whether it's Muslim or anything.
A lot of people think it is a Muslim country, and it is not. It's a secular country that is predominantly Muslim.
Yeah.
You're allowed to build.
Don't get me wrong. There is nothing wrong with Muslim.
They're lovely people.
It's the Muslim extremists that interpret the Quran the wrong way.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, I've nothing whatsoever.
I feel safer here than I do back in the UK.
Yeah, I mean, I've never. I mean, okay, I moved from Mansfield, which is. I've moved from Mansfield, which is in the Midlands of the UK, to Skegness, which is on the East Coast, and where I live now, this time of year, is dead. It's tranquil. It's nice. Any crime rate is down compared to anywhere else. I mean, don't get me wrong. You've got your same amount of druggies, you've got the same amount of everything else that you've got in every other town and every other county.
Yep. Another country that I would live in is Greece.
Yeah, you see, I mean,
beautiful place.
I've never really been interested in moving anywhere. I was slightly interested in Spain, but when I actually looked at it,
I've never been interested in Spain.
Yeah, well, Spain to me was too arid, too dry.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot. I look at Australia. I mean, this is a strange thing. I look at Australia now compared to how I looked at Australia before the internet. Before the internet, Australia, red hot country, you know, barren, a few resorts around the outside with loads of desert in the inside.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I started watching YouTube videos with motor vloggers that I realised, fucking hell, they have snow in Canberra and so on.
Yeah.
I never realised that. They've got mountains. I never realised they had mountains.
It's exactly like that here.
Yeah. And I never realised any of that until I started watching YouTube videos, and then I was like, wow.
If you
in reality, Australia for me, probably the coldest it gets, you know, very similar to ours, but very occasionally. The majority of the time, it seems nice.
Yeah, I mean, here.
Fuck off spiders, crocodiles, and drop bears. I don't give a shit.
Oh, we've got brown bears. We've got brown bears, scorpions, and camel spiders.
Yeah, I mean, I've got point is I don't do well in hilly conditions. So as far as like mountains in Turkey, yeah, I ain't making up no mountains soon.
It's not humid, far from it.
Yeah.
It's during the summer the humidity is about 5%.
Yeah.
It's
I've got osteoarthritis.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that in a warmer climate you don't deal with so much. You still deal with it, nowhere near as much. It's hereditary. I can't do a damn thing about it. Because of the situation you've got, like years ago, you could have said, fuck it, I'm moving to Australia. Nowadays, it's like, only if you've got a trade sort of thing, you know. Or
if you got a trade or you got £100,000 in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, the way I see that is good to Australia, because it's about time that you stop people coming into your country that can't support themselves.
Yep.
You know? Because we've had to put up with this shit for far too long, and it's about time you did the same thing and you've gone, fuck it. If you can't support yourself, you are not welcome here. Whether whether you're English, Indian, Chinese, or whatever, it doesn't matter. If you can't support yourself, you're not welcome. And the one thing I liked about Australia was they said, well, I think it was one of their past prime ministers or whatever, turned around and he said, we are a Christian society. If you move to Australia, expect that sort of thing. You know, you are Christian, we are Christian, live by our ways or don't bother coming. We didn't invite you here, you're quite welcome to leave. And I thought, this all fucking good on you, mate. Good on you. And I think more countries should be the same. You know, it's like, as far as I'm concerned, if you go to another country, you should live by their rules because that's their country. You know? But as far as I'm concerned for the UK, we just fucking roll over on his back and go, oh yeah, whatever's good by you.
Yeah, you do.
And it's not good enough. It's just not good enough.
I mean, if you came here, Skeggy, it would surprise the fucking pants off you.
It's all.
I mean, we came back here 2 years ago for New Year because we spent Christmas in the UK, then Christmas back here because they celebrate Christmas on New Year's Day. Now,
excuse me,
when normal people are getting pissed up on New Year's Day or suffering from hangovers, we was up on the side of a mountain picking olives.
Yeah, olives.
And it was 20 degrees. It was 20, 21 degrees, something like that.
Yeah.
Nice and warm. Yet, if we had got a 50-minute flight up to Istanbul or across to Ankara or up to Rize, they had 3 or 4 feet of snow.
Fucking hell, unbelievable, isn't it, when you think about it?
Yeah, it's like 50 minutes by plane, about 3 or 4 hours in a car. You got fucking snow.
Yeah, it's a big difference when you think about it.
And like you get further south, you get down to like the Syria-Iraq border.
Yeah.
And you get desert.
Yeah, nothing but.
So it's totally mind-blowing, the place. I mean, I would say come out for a holiday. I would say come out for a holiday. Bring the missus and come out for a holiday.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's strange. It's one of the things never really bothered me about going abroad. I went abroad for the first time when I was 13. I went to Italy on a skiing holiday. And okay, I was younger then, but I still thought, "Fuck this! This is cold." And then years later, my next attempt to going abroad was Menorca, which was the total opposite, and absolutely red hot. And I thought to myself, "This is too hot for me." So it made me decide it's one of those things where somewhere in between would be nice.
What temperature is good enough for you, though? What are you capable of handling?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You see, I mean, I'm all right, sort of 29, 30. Anything above that, and it's just too fucking hot.
So you're sort of looking April, May time then?
Yeah, I'm not. You see, the thing is with me, I'm not a sun worshipper, but I am one of the. Although you wouldn't believe it by looking at, I've got a light on me at the moment, but I tan really easily. So I go quite dark skinned. I get a good tan. I've no problem in the sun. The trouble is that I get bored. I can't sunbathe. I don't. You know when people go on holiday and they sunbathe.
Yep.
I don't get it.
Not for me, I'm afraid. Not for me.
I honestly don't get it. I'm like, what do you see interesting about laying there just to get a tan? So when you can go back, you can go, oh look where I've been. Look how I look. And I'm like,
my brother said to me he wanted a holiday of a lifetime. He came out 2 years ago. He came out for his birthday. It's a surprise holiday. Didn't know he was coming until the last minute. And I said to him, like, what do you want to fucking do?
Yeah.
And he said, well, show us around. I want the holiday of a lifetime. So, okay. We started off at Miletos, which is about 20 minutes drive that way.
Yeah.
And that's an ancient Greek city with the amphitheatre and all that. And we walked all around that. Then we went on to Didim, where the Temple of Apollo is. Done the Temple of Apollo, and he walked around there, and he's fucking totally gobsmacked by it all. And then we went across to Pamukkale.
All right, yeah.
Now, if you look Pamukkale up on Google, they're travertines. It's like calcium pools.
Yeah.
And you swim in it. It's good for your skin and good for your heart and all this shit. Now, it comes out of the ground at 35 degrees at the top of the mountain.
Yeah.
It works its way down the travertines. to the bottom. The hotels in the town at Pamukali, all the pools are the water from the mountain. When it gets to the bottom, it's at about 23 degrees.
Oh, right,
They change the water every other day. The pools are not heated.
No, it's just nice. Just nice.
Yeah. And basically, we took him up to Pamukali, took him round Hierapolis, because actually on top of Pamukali, there's an ancient Roman city.
Yeah.
And we took him round that, and there's an amphitheatre right at the top.
Which I would imagine is more complete than anything Roman we've got.
Oh, what the fucking floor of it, mate?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the point is, I mean, anything Roman that we had got destroyed and rebuilt, years and years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, the closest we've got anything to Roman is the Roman roads, that got repaved and repaved and repaved. Well, the only thing you've got to go, oh, that's a nice straight road, so it must be a Roman road, When you look at the history of the UK, as far as Romans concerned, brilliant. But what's left is a sham. I mean, the thing is, it's like I'm very much into my Viking history, and Lincolnshire in particular is very much Viking.
Right.
I traced my DNA back.
Don't be a cunt. Take a fucking day off.
I traced my DNA back and found out that I was basically mostly Viking. To which I turned around and said, "Brilliant. When do I rape and pillage?"
It's like
when it comes down to it, you sort of think to yourself, "Yeah, but what's left? What's left?" I mean, we've got Skegness, which was originally called Smegdus.
And you've got Jorvik.
Yeah, well, the Jorvik Centre in York, there's not a lot left. It's what they've uncovered over the years, Skegness, where I live now, the original Smegness is actually 4 miles out at sea. Because, the original, the original Viking settlement got just basically taken over by the sea because the land is so flat.
Yeah.
There's not a lot you can do about that. You're in the fens, and Lincolnshire is very, very flat, whether you like it or not. You've got the Lincolnshire Wolds, which is, the high. My sister-in-law, or should I say ex-sister-in-law, lives up in the Wolds, and she lives in the highest point. Whereas, basically, if water level ever reaches here, we're fucked. Basically, we're well and truly underwater. By about 14 feet. Sorry, well, 14 meters.
I think I'm quite safe with that bit. I think I'm quite safe with that bit.
I think you're up in the mountains, you should be all right.
Yeah, I'm 650 feet above sea level. I think I'm going to be okay.
Yeah, it's surprising, isn't it?
But
it's surprising.
If you ever decide that you want a holiday, come out, and I can show you around. We've got the Temple of Zeus, Temple of Apollo, Temple of Athena.
It's always fascinated me, the Temple of Zeus and everything like that.
Yeah, it's a fucking fantastic place. My brother came out and he stood where the statue was.
Yeah.
And you can actually feel the energy tingling in you.
It's strange. I quite often feel that history is so easily sort of wiped over that I tell you what, one of the best ones for it is Suffolk Andy. Because he is in touch with the spirits. and he's only going back a couple of 100 years in some cases. But I suppose when it comes down to it, it depends on what you believe in. You know,
Yeah.
I think you've got to believe in it in the first place to feel it. And I'm a big, yeah, I know it sounds daft. I'm a big believer in ancient history and what they left. This is why almost like the Pharaoh's curses and things like that. And it's not so much that I believe in the Pharaoh's curses, but I get where they're coming from, sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
I
don't know if you've seen that fucking comment that Mice has just put on there.
where were we talking? If the sea ever gets up to Jim, yeah, basically we are fucked. Yeah. Well, I know one thing. Living on the coast, as I do, and living, I think I'm about 18 inches below sea level where I live.
Oh, fuck that.
I'm pretty sure I'm fucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty sure.
But then if it gets up to me, you're all fucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then saying that,
is that it? Fuck you, global warming.
Well, Mount Ararat is actually in Turkey.
That's the type of tea, isn't it?
Nope. Mount Ararat is actually the mountain where supposedly Noah and his ark landed.
Don't talk to me about Noah. Apparently, the 15th of July is St. Swithin's Day.
Yep.
Where it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. And if it rains on St. Swithin's Day, that's it, you're fucked. The only problem is, I was born on St. Swithin's Day, the 15th of July. And if it rains on my birthday, it's going to rain for 40 days and 40 nights.
Oh, fucking lovely.
Yeah, not quite true. It's rained on my birthday quite a few times.
Yeah, but it's the UK.
Yeah. This is what makes me laugh about, you know, when they portray Jesus, and he's portrayed as a brown-haired white man. And I think to myself, hold on a minute. So he was born in Jerusalem, and hold on a minute, he should be almost fucking black.
he had olive skin and black hair.
So he certainly weren't.
No, what they portrayed him to be. Exactly.
So why do we see him as Jesus in the UK? No idea. You know what I came up with? I came up with the decision that we are all fucking idiots.
Well, they only tell you what they want you to believe, Skeggy.
Good point. Yeah, I mean, I was christened, and most embarrassingly, at the age of 11, I was christened, 11 years old. Oh God, so embarrassing to have a vicar bend you over backwards, put a cross on your head, on your head, and christen you at 11 years old in a nice 70s hairdo with really wide lapels on your suit, on your green suit.
Lovely.
And I've got photographs of my christening, and I think to myself, oh my God, what the fuck? You know, when you look back on your family history, you look back and you think, why?
What the fuck did you do to me?
Yeah. Mum and Dad, what the hell were you thinking? You know?
Yeah.
And I look back at some of them photos, and I've got long hair. I mean, okay, I've got long hair now, but back then I got probably about the same I got long hair. And it was what, 1976? Yeah, 1976. So you can imagine hippies were still quite prevalent, beatniks. So it was one of them things, weren't it? 1976. Here you go, you're going to be christened. And I remember as clear as day thinking to myself, "Oh my God, what is this guy doing?
What have you done to me?"
Yeah, and it was the weirdest thing. I left the ceremony thinking, what was that? so what was that then?
What's all that about?
Am I now a Christian or what? I don't know.
My
the way I
my
see it, as
my
far as I'm
asks you
concerned,
how long you can tread water for.
how long can I tread water? Yeah, considering where I live, I think it's got to be infinite, hasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, Skegness itself is about a foot below sea level, so
Fuck that. I'd
yeah.
rather be up the mountain.
I think it was 1952 we had the Great Flood in Lincolnshire, Skegness in particular, and the sea broke the seawall and penetrated and came all the way down to 7 miles inland.
Can't be a bit of penetration.
Can't beat a bit of penetration, mate. But I think it was
Behave
down
yourself,
as far
Mike.
as Borough. And at the time, the worrying thing at the time was the local circus had decided to keep all the animals loose in a field, loose, and I say loosely caged, lions, tigers, elephants, etc., for the circus. And during the Great Flood of Skegness and Lincolnshire, they all escaped, strangely enough. And as soon as the floods sort of subsided, they had to deal with the fact that there was wild lions, wild tigers, and wild elephants, and strangely enough, giraffes trying to sort of, I don't know, escape.
Okay.
The weirdest thing I always thought was my my favourite animal of all time, and I've looked through this so many times, but my favourite animal of all time is a giraffe because they've got such a long neck but no voice box. So as much as they want, they can't scream for help. They can't make a sound because they've got no voice box. And it's something I never thought about, that a giraffe, it doesn't have a voice box. They're such a long neck, the voice doesn't travel. So therefore, what's the point of giving them a voice box?
Very true.
And I just think to myself, you can imagine 1952, the Great Flood comes over the top, goes all the way down inland, 7 miles, and all the lions and tigers and everything escape, which strangely enough didn't try to kill each other. They just went their separate ways, you know?
Yeah. It's the survival instinct, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's weird when you think about it. They all went their separate ways. And obviously, for human sake, the lions and the tigers were captured first and unfortunately killed. Closely followed by the elephants, and then the giraffes were captured and sent to London Zoo. So, yeah, strange.
Yeah. Anyway, Skeggy,
Yeah, it's been a good night, mate.
I'm going to have to depart because it's 25 past 5. I've got to be up in 3.5 hours
I do apologise, sir.
to go and repair a boat engine. So,
All the best to you, sir.
I will speak to you again next week, hopefully. And I would just like to say good night to the last two watching, which I presume are Meist and GB.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
So,
Night, Gordon. Night, Meist. Take care.
take it easy, guys. And we will see you next week. And be careful, Skeggy. Mind you don't fall down going up the stairs.
Fortunately, I don't have to. My bedroom's ground level, mate.
Oh, don't kick the cat as you go through then, or the dog or whatever.
Yeah, it'd be the dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Trace has come on to say goodbye as well.
Trace is still on. Well done, Trace. Well done. That's. I was quite surprised there. I really thought there was just Meist and Gordon left.
Yep. Well, good night to one and all. It's good night from me, and it's good night from him.
It's good night from me.
Thank you very much, Meist. It's very kind of you. I'll keep you all informed, obviously, but fingers crossed I have a better week.
I hope so, mate. I hope so, because you don't need to worry.
No, but we shall see. Anyway,
Yeah.
Good night all, and
Good night.
see you next week.
Take care. Goodbye. Yeah, it's got to be worrying.